personal laptop has a NVIDIA chip, and this basically lets me do gaming. Now they are very serious in terms of the way we kind of look at data engineering part of it. And that's where it is. And if I say I work with NVIDIA GPU, GPU, I'm certified on these. I am just few of the ones they certify. I can just go this statement as well. They don't certify too many. They don't. It's a very serious work to be certified on their platform. And I basically can look at some of the technologies. Don't worry about the word containers. We can do it for another day. You know, the applications work on them, period. And if I go further, this is their architecture. This is NVIDIA's architecture. NVIDIA says, I work on Red Hat. You know, so I have this Red Hat layer. So when I go to defense, a lot of places, they invite me to speak. They say, Sarabjit, can you just speak to them and tell them what value? Because I bring in my compute, you bring in a platform which is so secure. You bring an orchestration layer which works so well with me. And if I go further, this is how I work so beautifully with them. I can stitch these high-end servers with low-end servers and bring in everything in terms of one layer of orchestration. I can just bring it in. And this is, people just say, okay, if I've got a GPU server, that's the solution. No. That's the start of the infra which you've brought. You need something to stitch them together, work in harmony, have an orchestra which can play very beautifully. And that's what we bring in. That's the stuff which we bring them so effective in that sense. So we are bringing that AIML, you know, what do we call that engine which basically glues them together so effectively. And there are lots of tests which we have got done together. So there are tests which we have done with NVIDIA which says we bring in highest energy efficiency, space, throughput, you know, the way the maximum paths, assets. We have taken our technologies together and given to third party to test them up. That's what we've done. So that's stuff which we do. And the last, so first I started with security. Second, I emphasize on engineering. We have an end-to-end portfolio. You know, when I go, the most of the conversation which I feel is, you know, people are asking me, Sarabjit, you know, we're trying something to do with, I'm doing something on a Python here. I'm doing something, I'm worried about how my monitoring will happen. I'm worried about how my models will get trained. I'm worried about what engines do I need. That's a very, very fair point. Just imagine you don't know. You know, you're setting up an AIML path, and I come and tell you, sir, I'll make it end to end. Won't that be a music to your ears? And I do that end to end. So what I do is, I do this end to end. From your setting up an objective to gathering and preparing data, to developing models, to deploying models, to implementing, to monitoring, we bring in solutions, period. We bring in these solutions which we say, you don't need to step out of us. And yet be absolutely ready to step out of us because we are open source. And we bring in all the security. We give you an assured open source, disconnected, works with you, has all the security elements, has all the certifications, and does it end to end. That's what we do. And just in architecture, sorry, don't worry about it. A lot of stuff which I put in here, I'm not going to worry about this, but I'm saying if somebody tells me, Sarabjit, what are the tools you bring in, what data, what platforms, what compute, what this thing, I go next level to satisfy those questions. That's what I do. You know, then I go a little more, you know, bits and bytes, and they say, okay, this is what I'll do it. And if I have to put it here, you know, this is something which we did, you know, which is, you know, as an architect, I'm very proud of. We said, let's bring in a product for the data space. I'm very proud of this, what my organization did here. And what it is doing is it's brought in a product called OpenShift Data Science. So if you go to Red Hat and search for Red Hat OpenShift Data Science, we have a product by that name, which is wonderful, you know, which is a purposeful solution for the market in which I am speaking to. And I'm kind of forging all my relationships. So please don't worry about this diagram. Please don't worry. What I'm just leaving you with is I do all of this stuff. So I started my conversation with the way the technology is moving, the way everything is moving, and such an honor to be here to hear a lot of words like AI, a lot of stuff which is talking about here. The gentleman's book here, and Mr. Maruf Raza asking extremely relevant questions to all the chief. And we started with why we are running the table. seat on the table. I talked to you about Mamram. I talked to you about the Lockheed Martin and the NASA, what we are doing, and why Red Hat, the security, the kind of engineering we do, and the end-to-end capabilities. With this, I end my conversations, and I invite you to our booth there. We have a lot of our colleagues here. We have Rajat, who heads the government business. We have Vivek, who looks at BD. We have other gentlemen here who basically look at other space. We have architects here. We have somebody from our learning services, all our colleagues here. And we have a booth. Please visit us for other further conversation. Such an honor to be here. If I would write my 2023 diaries, I'll write about this day. I'll certainly write about this day. Jai Hind. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarbjeet. This is a very, interesting session. And I think it gives a great insight as to what the current AI and ML technologies are offering to various defense forces, worldwide, and how it can be imbibed in our setup also.
Thank you again. Thank you so much.
With this, we move to the next session for the day, and that pertains to the digital transformation in the aerospace and defense sector. And for that, I invite Air Vice Marshal S. Anandan, AVSM VSM, the Assistant Chief of Air Staff Communication and IT, to give a special address.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed my pleasure to be talking in front of you. And whatever the previous speakers were speaking about, the Red Hat, the OpenShift, we are one of the beneficiaries of it. And I would like to, the topic, it obviously says that it is a digital transformation in Indian Air Force. It is certainly an organization which has transformed in the past decade. And this is, today it's a net-centric operational force. I don't have any written script with me. Rather, I don't have any, I'm not timed my speech. So if you can tell me in case I have to cut short or I have to wind up, I will do it within a minute. Automation, when we talk in terms of Indian Air Force journey, I would like to talk about only in two parts. One is Indian Air Force, how the journey of automation and the digital transformation took place in the past decade. And secondly, what I have in store with me for the industry to look in terms of how they can be contributing. These are only two topics I'll be speaking about. A large part in terms of where are we. So when I look in terms of automation per se, it is in four parts. The four parts are the first is the software development process, which generally we stop there at. It doesn't stop there. It means it has to be served to the clients at the end, and it has to be served through the central location. So it means we are going to the next topic of the resources. The resources means, I mean the compute resources, and you have the storage resources should be adequate. And the third and very important topic in this is how are you networking yourself through a reliable and secure networking. And then the last and the most important is, like we in uniform, many others, you will invariably find people are moving away very soon with respect to about tenure-based postings or career progression and things like that. So what you require is a very secure and very well documented documentation, security validations, quality assurance process, so that it can be carried forward and the growth potential should be there. So having said all this, four different aspects, I would give 25% of weightage for all. What we have done in the past is, we, like any other organization, we made a very humble start. Most of the development process were taking place in a piecemeal ad hoc process. A person who is supposed to be called as a domain specialist in a particular place, he comes out with an application, he runs it, functions well, and when he moves out on posting, the code also goes along with him, and there is a discontinuity which takes place. And also, there is no standardization. over a period of time, many kind of software versions were available, not in a position to be supported. And we have now come into a kind of a consolidation process based on the journey what we have gone through. And what we mean by consolidation is we have divided ourselves into two parts. One is pure aviation related, which is system integration, weapon integration onto the platforms, which is very core kind of a coding process. And second is the common application, which are largely database driven applications, which has put it across in two different parts, consolidated. When we go in for consolidation process, you have two challenges coming into this. You will not get across an HR for development this particular software in a very, because the hungry stomach is available when you see the automation process. So everyone wants everything to be delivered at the fastest. And after it is developed initially, then the changes come into play. That there are version changes to take place. The requirements are much more than what has been defined in the initial part it is. So you require so many number of people to come through. It's very hard to get across people available there. So you go in for a code development model with the fourth step of documentation very strongly placed so that you can carry forward. Then we also thought in terms of how will we sustain this model, because we have to bring in a lot of youngsters into this particular case. So we moved into a process called distributed development process. So distributed development process means you can develop anything of whatever you want, which is akin to a major objective to be obtained in the kind of a model, and keep it with you in your place and keep working on it in your own leisure time, so that I identify a flare and then I pick up the people to use it, or wherever you go, I will continue to be available in touch with you to nurture it. This is the kind of a model what we adopted in the past, say 10 years. And that is the last part is getting strengthened so that I can continue to maintain the HR which is available in these kind of niche area. Now coming to the networking part, it's very, very important to speak about. In 2008 is the transformation which took place. We surrendered spectrum almost about 50% for the 2G, and that 2G spectrum certainly benefited the country in terms of migrating towards the it's an in-use spectrum for us in terms of our air defense communication. And in turn, what we got is the optical fiber based IP/MPLS network what we got. From that actually driven the automation process, centrally served the automation process towards the net centric operational capability. So when I look at from the network perspective, today I have the OFC based communication which is handling the larger bandwidth, and which I get it from three different sources, largely from BSNL, which is in return for the spectrum which has been surrendered, continuing to be funded by Government of India. And we also take from railways as well as from the PGCIL, that is the power grid, indirectly indicating trains will continue to run, the power grid will continue to be available, so the air defense of the country is assured to ensure that so all our key centers have been connected from these kind of high bandwidth optical fiber networks of multiple resources coming to it. Then in addition to that, we have the SATCOM, that is the satellite communication, but it is having a captive smaller bandwidth available to us for as a fallback options. And then we also revived our Tropo, which is we possibly the only organization in India which is using troposcatter communication, which gives fantastic bandwidth these days and very reliable it is. So even if everything else fails, troposcatter will always be available with us to function across. This is as far as the communication media is concerned. Now after having spent about 10 years or a decade into this, we just migrated into an AFNet 2.0 it is called, which is a transformation which has taken place to ensure that you are in the current era of technology. And that is how the previous speakers also spoke about. We are into, we availed the emergency procurement provisions very effectively, and then we are into the software defined network architecture, which is also a kind of a topic which is spoken about by the previous speaker. We do have our own captive network 5G operations, which is in the very final stages. From June onwards will be 5G capable inside Air Force. So having said this, we are running on a captive network. Our dependence on internet is only 2%, and that 2% is also for academia research, as well as to do some kind of a download and things like that for just to get connected outside. Otherwise, we are completely isolated captive network in which we are operating. We don't require otherwise in terms of the continuous interaction with internet. Now I will skip the larger amount of automation applications which I've gone through because of the paucity of time. Largely put it across, air defense is, I'm sure every one of you would be very familiar with integrated air command and control system, which is an air defense system. Second, we have similarly for all our missions planning, we have a campaign planning and analysis system. For the ERP solutions for material management, we have 2 other solutions. Similarly, for all our administrative activities in terms of e-governance, we have automation solutions. Now, we are also trying to, all these are I'm talking about in terms of terrestrial networking. When we move towards now the airborne networking, the operational data link, which is getting enabled through the software defined radio. Having said this, we have gathered huge amount of data in the past decade using this multiple automation application. It's a time for us to get into deep dive, big data analytics, to get good inferences for speedy decision making, and also do course corrections, and multiple levels and layers of monitoring of the performance monitoring mechanism we have of our network, our applications, so that even that by itself is a huge data available in terms of how to make yourself robust, make your applications run effectively. Now, coming to the maybe my last part of the story is only 2 parts, that is what is the requirement or what we expect from the industries. When we did this particular journey, what we learned is most of the systems all our procurements are from Indian sources, but it has got good amount of foreign content in that. So when we look at it, any of the networking, when you look at from endpoint to the data center, you have multiple layers of communication devices, the security levels which is coming into play. So if you go in for any of the piecemeal procurement of any of the product, you will not find a compatibility to the lower or to the one layer higher. So therefore, we thought, and it is a government funded project, it is Make One on secure end-to-end communication Indian stack it is. So what we are looking for is the cost which is being given by the government of 250 CR may not be adequate as a standalone system for investment in this. What we are looking for is a consortium to come through, covering from end to end, from endpoint client to endpoint security to the campus security to the WAN to the data center, put together as a continuous chain, so that we'll have our product to come through and it is compatible seamlessly. And bottom line for everything for us is it should be centrally managed and centrally controlled. So these are all the 2 things, and every single media, whatever I talked about in terms of tropo to SATCOM to optical fiber, entire network management control is done totally within Indian Air Force in the captive network, and we have 10 years of experience. Now this is one particular portion which I talked about, so I would like to invite the industrial partners to come out with a consortium. The entire detail is available in the MOD website, Make One Secure Indian End-to-End Communication Stack it is. So the title could be slightly different, and it has got all the contact details, everyone is available. Please, you're most welcome to participate. The initial set of presentations and all have been completed. Now next is with respect to when we go in for Atmanirbharta, generally we find another challenge is that there are many people, like many speakers earlier also spoken about, to say that yes, I will make it and it is available for you. Now the question is, there was about 1.5 years back, Telecom Ministry MeitY gave across a communication saying that we should follow a model of trusted source and trusted products. So that is the process we should enforce upon, or should strengthen upon, so that you need not to claim yourself that you are capable or not. Your trust certification which is available will support you. So in this process, we are also making towards we are making a lab called, establishing a lab called Security and Network Testing Lab. It is in-house. It will be available just primarily to, one of the primary causes in this is to promote the Indian industries to come out with the Make in India product, so that we will be in a position to validate the compatibility. We will also help in terms of trying to find out how to move forward in terms of enhancing the trust level assurance, which is equivalent to a evaluation assurance level of the common criteria conditions. It is equivalent to of Indian as the trust level assurances. So with that, I will end my talk. So anybody has got any queries you may like to raise? Thank you.
Thank you, AOS Marshall Anandan, for giving us the Air Force perspective and as to how the digital transformation is now coming in the aerospace part, and what the Air Force is also looking forward from the industry in that. Thank you so much, and may I request you to kindly accept a memento as a token of appreciation for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Going ahead with the same topic, I now invite on the stage Dr. Abraham Verghese, Scientist Class G, NSTL, DRDO, Visakhapatnam branch. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon. It's an honor and a privilege for me to address this august gathering. In order to ensure operation readiness and competitiveness on the high seas, Navy needs highly indigenous content of the technology, systems, and equipment. As you know, there are three main components: the float, move, and the fight. And we have achieved indigenous content in the first two components quite early. But coming to the fight component, which is the most technology intensive component, we need to go more. So there is a need to harness the cutting edge technologies to increase the indigenous content in the fight category. This needs highly skilled and highly technology intensive partnerships. As you know, the weapons form the most technology sensitive content of the naval systems. There is a long-term science and technology roadmap required to achieve this. Coming to the various components of the fight component, you can see the underwater weapons, the countermeasures, the mines, the autonomous sea vehicles, stealth system services, and also the marine system services. You need to have the industry, academia, and other institute participation to achieve this one in a very short time. Coming to the major technologies in the naval systems, you can see a gamut of technologies starting from the system design and engineering studies, hydrodynamic studies, guidance systems, and sonar systems, the propulsion. Then comes the computers, the embedded systems, the instrumentation, software, and communication, and the hull and the weapon delivery systems, and the fire control system, which will be able to deliver the weapon, fire the weapon, and vehicle integration and trials. So these gamut of technologies form the basic part in making the fight component. And we need to have core competence in each of this area to have the future weapons. And to be more, coming more precise, if you see, classify these technologies, if you can bucket into a different way, you need the future-ready transducers, the tracking algorithms, the signal processing, then the hydrodynamics, the mechanical systems, instrumentation and associated sensors, the modeling and simulation, which is one of the very important component with the seas are always not friendly, and you need to have multiple trials and experiments which have to be done. The modeling and simulation has to be very strong to avoid the number of trials in a lesser time. Then you need to the the propulsion system, including the batteries, the weapon delivery system. You can deliver it from a submerged platform, you can deliver from a surface platform or an aerial platform. Then there was a reference to the motor technologies, the inertial navigation systems, the control algorithms, the embedded systems, and the software. Now coming to the what is our stealthy, how do we get the stealthy systems? Provide more approach and attack options for our submarines. As you know, when you fire a weapon, you will be hurt. You know that you are revealing your position. So you should not be producing more noise to reveal your position. Then ability of the enemy to respond, the countermeasures, you need to have countermeasures, you should have anti-countermeasures. The homing techniques, you should have the passive homing techniques, and the low probability of intercept. And reduction the radiated noise from the propulsion system. Always the propulsion system will get the noise from the propulsion system get easily detected. And you need to have hybrid propulsion system, which will also enable to have the longer range and higher endurance. And coming to the one of the important component in the fight category, which Navy is looking, is the long range torpedoes. So the digital systems play a very important role here. You need to have the digital computer, which will be controlling the digital interface with the various sensors and the detection algorithms, which will be based on digital signal processing techniques, and the interface and control with the onboard systems using digital bus systems, and the pulse width modulation and the learning algorithms. The artificial and learning algorithms are now being employed to have the better classification of the target. And now next set of requirement comes the mines, decoys, swarms, and autonomous underwater vehicles. You know, now seeing the looking east policy, everything, you need to have more autonomous underwater vehicles which will be able to be deployed for months without the human control, and which will be able to deliver or launch weapons based on the requirement. And also the swarms of AUVs. You can have small AUVs which can be deployed, which can have intercepting AUV, and which can have a attacking AUV. These are the other concepts which are coming in the underwater domain. And also coming with the mines, different types of mines. Moon mines, it can be loitering ammunition, and it can be mine which can be mobiles. So these are the other concepts also which are coming up in the underwater awareness. Now coming to the other systems are long-range GPS guided vehicles. The vehicles which can be guided, which can come to the surface of the water, and then which can be even launched from a platform. It is a mobile platform or it's a stationary platform. And there is a concept of the smart torpedo, which can fusion of the torpedo sensor, the platform information, to have something like a Demon or the LOFAR processing, which will employ to even see the number of blades in a propeller. So such techniques are being now are coming, which will enable to have a detection from a very long range and to attack from a very long range. Now fundamentally the main technical area or technical challenge is in the hydrodynamic design. Any underwater vehicle, you need to have the hydrodynamic design, the tail profile, nose profile optimization, and all the digital twin you will have now to you need to have an actual vehicle running. You will have the digital twin running in a acoustic tank or in a cavitation bay, where you will be able to enumerate or determine all the hydrodynamic properties of the vehicle. So these are some of the issues which will be coming up in the development of long-range autonomous underwater vehicles, which will be there. So CFD also plays a major role. So the industry partners can look for these solutions which will enable to make such vehicles. Now coming to the next thing is the propulsion system. There was a reference to the motor, but now the country has got the capability to make very high power BLDC motors of the order of megawatts. Now industries have come up which can make, I know there's an industry which has come almost 400 kilowatt, the BLDC motor which is now made, and we are almost the third or fourth in the world to do such high power motors with the high power to weight density and even the energy to weight density. So there are new techniques which is coming, the BLDC, then the PMSM, the permanent magnet synchronous machines. These things are easily controlled by a computer. The speed can be controlled, and you can also, the power can be saved in a better way. And the axial flags, the radial flags, machines. These are all technologies now which are coming up, which will enable these machines or these vehicles stealthy as well as long range, and extremely silent, and very high power to weight ratio, and also have got extra space. And now coming to the next thing is the detection algorithms. You need to detect a target in a very long range. So there are signal processing techniques now which have come up, active, passive, and the various type of covert signals, and ACCM features also have to be employed, because you also need to have a full decoy, and searching, detection, echo validation. All these are the other techniques which are coming up in the digital domain, which will be enabling the detection. And also the other thing is reduction of self noise, detection of the target in presence of high reverberation. Underwater scenario is a very, very complex scenario, unlike in the airborne scenario where you have got the lower reflection, the upper reflections, then the all type of things are there. And intense ACM environment is another thing, and this multiple signals for optimum detection and non-acoustic detection, these are the other techniques which are there. Now coming next is the fiber optic technology. That is also very relevant in the underwater scenario, because when you tethered communication and tethered control of underwater vehicles, now there are vehicles which there are fiber optic cables which have got 0.5 mm radius, which can be deployed along in a tethered way, that as the vehicle goes, it gets unreeled, and you will be able to control and put the information onto the mid-course correction. All this can be carried out. So these are the fiber things which have been developed indigenously also, which are available for the thing. So now coming to the next thing, when you make a system indigenously, there are so many issues which are there. There can be overclaim of the R&D agency, confidence of user on the production, availability of trial experiment, design changes, change of specification, test facilities. These are all the things which come up when you develop a system indigenously, and you can have a composite team of the user, the inspection agency, the lab, and the industry partner to reduce the delays in making a system. So these are some of the quality procedures which are to be evolved. All this can make systems ready in a lesser time. I'll just show two things, which two indigenous products which have come up from one is the Varunastra, which is the long range torpedo, which has come up, which is in the arsenal of the Navy now, and the second one is the TAL. Both these models you can see the outside there. So this is another one which is all even exported to friendly countries. Thank you. That's all from me, and let us hope that with these innovative efforts, let us sail towards a self-reliance. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Varghese. Your talk has really brought about good insight as to how DRDO is spearheading the transformation in Navy through the indigenization. I'm sure there's a lot of things to be taken away by the industry from this. I'll request you to accept a memento from our side as a token of our appreciation for you. Going ahead, we will have an industry presentation on digital transformation in design and manufacturing, the challenges and opportunities, to be given by Kirti Malavaru, the Design and Manufacturing Technical Specialist, Autodesk India. We have it now. We have it now.
Good afternoon, everyone. And pleasure and privilege for me to be a part of this August gathering. Thank you so much, for being here. So I represent a company called as Autodesk, which basically is into design and manufacturing, which has been talked about throughout the last 2 days. We as a company, we started around 40 years ago with our flagship product called as AutoCAD. And I hope that, everybody in the room would have either heard or consumed AutoCAD in various different levels in their careers. So over a period of time, we have invested and diversified in terms of various different industry portfolios that we serve across various different armed forces, DRDOs, as well as defense production units, as well as other private players. And I'm very proud to say that we were one of the first ones to start with the entire digital transformation journey, right from a drawing board. And when I say drawing board, a literal drawing board to a completely digital data delivery model through a complete digital transformation in the way data is being generated and it is being consumed. So, and over a last couple of years, what we have done is to serve our customers and the industry better. We have basically, categorized our product offerings as well as our technology into various different industry needs. It could be in the design and the manufacturing side where we help in terms of the design and make and the creation of beautiful designs. It could be in the aerospace industry, it could be in the naval, it could be in the automotive or any such industry. Similarly, what we also serve, very interestingly, is in the civil and the construction side of the industry as well, where we can help in terms of creating a lot of different designs as well as concepts for infrastructure modeling to in terms of developing landmass, in terms of terrain modeling, in terms of creating bridges, tracks, railways, and other things through our portfolio. And last but not the least, a very interesting industry that we also serve is on the media and entertainment. That is basically into movie makings, creating products, or I would say, creating animations which can be used and consumed for various different types of mock-up simulations, product trials, product trainings across the various spectrum of different industries as well. Now, in the last 2 days, what we have heard, and basically the needs or the demands from everybody across the armed forces is for us to be a complete in-house indigenized house. At the same time, we have to also look at modernization of our existing infrastructure, and finally be competitive enough that we are export ready. And that is where what we see at our as a technology provider in the design and the manufacturing space is that digital transformation can basically completely change the way that we are generating and consuming design and data. But if you just take a step back and actually look at how the industry, irrespective of whatever the industry is, if you step back and look at the overall life cycle of a product journey, it's a bit chaotic, it's a bit messy. We are seeing a lot of data that is being generated, a lot of data that is being consumed, and the tracking of those data becomes immensely difficult. At the same time, what we also see and what we also heard, silo is one word which you have been repeatedly listening in the last 2 days. We are also, unfortunately, we are also seeing in the entire product development life cycle as well, where we see that it's a highly siloed approach all across various different stakeholders within an organization, both internally as well as externally. So that is where we see a lot of challenges that starts occurring from it. It could be in terms of additional time or delays in your overall delivery time. It could also be because of so much of mismatch within the data. There's so much of data that is lost in translation, which could lead to a lot of quality issues at the advanced stage. And finally, definitely it will have an impact on cost overruns as well. And what we see is a major beneficiary to these challenges are basically, what we are seeing in the industry is there is a lack of data that is being shared across the various ecosystem, across the various stakeholders within an organization. Similarly, there's a lot of process bottlenecks, workflow imperfections, not a proper process that is being defined to basically cater for the end-to-end of a product development. At the same time, collaboration has always been a challenge and currently is also a major challenge between various different people who interact and interface with each other. And all these things, what we have seen, leads to a lot of duplication of efforts, lot of manual efforts that are being put to basically, do the same thing again and again in a repeatable fashion. So that is where at Autodesk our vision is to have a completely connected product development process through a complete digital transformation means where we are able to at each and every stage of the life cycle to be purely connected. Now, if you look at the traditional, the current life cycle of any product development journey, what we are seeing is, right from, let's say, the concept part of it, the process concept, the design concept, and moving on to the design part of it, the detail engineering, the detail design aspect of it, you manufacture it, you produce it, you either sell it or you consume it in-house, and finally operations and retire part of it. All these are siloed approach. This leads to a lot of skewed requirement that comes in the market, which is very, very, I would say a particular team dependent in terms of the requirement rather than a holistic requirement that can fulfill the entire needs of the overall journey. Now, with this, this transformation can happen is through a complete connected closed loop feedback cycle mechanism, which can help you to have or enable you to make quick decisions at any stage of a time, and you can have a complete view and control of how the design and how the entire process is being managed, who is managing, and what kind of delays or I would say an element of surprise that could be expected during a next stage of the cycle. It could be right from concept till you manufacture, till you sell or consume it, and finally into retire. But digital transformation doesn't end there. It is not just only the closed loop cycle of it. It should be robust enough. It should be flexible enough to cater for your additional market needs as well. In terms of mass customization, how do we empower our customers to basically look at mass customization as a means to be more agile, as a means for us to be more in demand to the requirement that comes in. So look at practices of automation, both from the design aspect of it as well as from the process part of it. How can we incorporate automation as a lever? At the same time, how do we collaborate? So much of data that is being created. How are we collaborating using digital means to have a complete control over of the data, as well as get very, very useful insights of the data at a very early stage of that particular life cycle. Similarly, now what we have seen in the industry is manufacturing is changing drastically. There are new manufacturing technologies that are coming in. We had our conventional manufacturing with your CNC milling, your different types of manufacturing, but we are also seeing a lot of advent in terms of newer technologies of manufacturing or production that is coming in. We have heard about additive manufacturing, hybrid manufacturing. So the system should be flexible enough to ensure that we are able to enable the different newer manufacturing process right from your basic 3-axis to a 5-axis, or it could be in terms of an additive metal, plastic, 3D printing, or even a culmination of both subtractive as well as the new age manufacturing with hybrid manufacturing. Another interesting aspect is if we have to be competitive, we also have to look at how do we improve our experience of the end customer. So how this entire platform can also sustain and provide a good means in terms of improving the overall customer experience. We had heard about a lot of realities, in terms of mixed reality, virtual realities, and other things. And I'm sure some of you would have visited our booth where we are showcasing a virtual reality of an entire facility or a different kind of a yard. So how do we improve it? So how this system can be enabled to improve the user experience? It could be in terms of a review, it could be in terms of a complete understanding or even create mock-up scenarios for maybe a new trainee, for a new joinee, to understand the overall impact of that particular landmass or that particular story. And finally, not the least, these systems should be robust enough to be made more intelligent, more smarter, as well as open in communication, so that it can be integrated to various different other processes that you follow. It could be your ERP systems, your MRP systems, or any of those other systems in a very, very seamless manner. Excuse me, can you just go to the next slide? Yeah. Now, due to lack of time, I might not be able to go deep into the subject matter. But in a nutshell, if you have to give the complete perspective of a digital transformation, right from my requirement gathering to my concept design, you move on towards your detailed design and engineering, you validate that design, uh, and at the same time, you enable automation so that you are able to shrink down on the overall delivery time, you are able to respond faster, you are able to be more agile, at the same time enable newer ways of manufacturing, right from your 5-axis to your additive manufacturing, your hybrid manufacturing. Also enable the overall vision of having a complete smart factory or a digital factory, where you are looking at completely making it much more sensorized, moving towards the entire IIoT journey can be realized with this entire transformational platform that we have. And finally, end it up with a, as I would say, an output in terms of documentation, in terms of content, in terms of visualization and other things, covering everything in a single space. All these while, with all these different types of engineering that we are doing, we are also creating a lot of data. How are we managing that data? Now, this works in the background, which can help you to basically completely automate how you are managing your data, connecting that data to the right set of people, ensuring all the proper processes are maintained, managed, so that you don't have to worry about how those data is being managed, whether it is on an individual system or on a server. Everything can be mapped, managed in a very, very highly secure manner. The last two things that I also want to emphasize is, in the last 2 days, what we also heard is a need in the industry to basically collaborate more with a lot of newer startups, with the community, to ensure that we all come together and, be prepared for the whole requirement that is coming from the armed forces. So in that endeavor, what at Autodesk we also do is we work with the education community, all the educational institutes, including the IITs and the IISc. We set up incubation centers, as well as we provide all our softwares free of cost to the education community to help them to build their skills, as well as future proof or be future ready. And last but not the least, sorry. Yeah, last but not the least, we also work with the startup community. We help them and mentoring in incubating the startup community, who basically provide the new innovation for the now as well as the future. So we provide complete free of cost software to all the startup communities to ensure that they are able to realize the new innovations that is the need of the hour. So presentation, my humble request is we would like to partner with the armed forces to ensure that we are a partner in the overall vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat.
Thank you, Kirti, for giving a wonderful insight as to what Autodesk can bring to the table for the defense forces. As a mark of our appreciation, I'll request you to kindly accept a memento from our side. We will now have a lunch break, and I'll request all of you to be kindly back by 2:30. At the same time, you can also visit the exhibitions hall, which are right down below. Thank you.
ऑफ है ऑन who's introducing you can introduce other panelists
Gentlemen, I'll just request you to please fill up the seats from the front. This row. Please come here. Just please come here. Come. No, you. आप लोग आ जाओ. The Air Force officers, please come ahead. आगे से line बंद. From Army officers, आगे से line please fill the rows in the front. The additional secretary is going to be here, so please let's have a not sit. I request all the Air Force officers kindly come up, move up. Just cover from the front. Fill in the chairs in the front. Can I request you, sir, to just come in? Can I request you to just come ahead? Can I request those gentlemen to kindly move ahead? The last line, the backbenchers. Please come ahead. Fill from there. इधर आ जाओ. फोटो लेनी है खाली सीट लिंक्डइन पे डालना है. So still respectable. How is it? You want the AC to be on more? Huh? I'll tell you something later. No, I'll tell you something later. Sir.
In your effort to improve the climate, you are controlling the temperature.
Can I request rifles officers? Kindly come here. You need to come ahead, yeah. Come on. Come on, the front, yeah.
Sir, this is the power.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the second session now, second half now. Going forward, the topic for this session is new technologies in drones, counter drones, and space sector. May I now invite Lieutenant General PJS Pannu for his expert address.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Post lunch, some of us dream, and I think all of us will do it together. We have to go for the future understanding of warfare. And how do we understand what the future beholds for us? We have no idea. We all read newspapers. A lot of us have served the military. We have seen and felt the adversary doing certain things, but things are transforming. We are transforming. The adversary is day in and day out doing something which we did not expect. So we did not expect that Kargil will happen. We did not expect that all of a sudden in 80s Somdrongchu will happen, otherwise we would have prepared for it. We didn't know Galwan will happen. We didn't know that in Doklam, whatever happened, happened. So as a result, when we stand here today, in a way the industry and the military has come together to talk about the future warfare as to how our nation should build a defense or a military industrial complex, because it is only the military industrial complex which will be making it possible to defend the nation. Otherwise, those who serve the military today have expectations that they would be provided for. They all join the academy with the aspiration to serve the military. They join various regiments, and what happens is that they are handed over a piece of equipment which they haven't decided that they should buy. A rifle is given to them, manufactured by somebody, invented, or some improved version, which was created. And increasingly, as they grow in service and they keep facing the combat, they are provided with the equipment which they have themselves not created. So therefore, when we know that the future warfare is going to be based on technology, how does the industrial complex of a country prepare those soldiers, young men and women, to fight and win wars in the contested environment? And we know our adversaries are fixed. Sometimes, we start talking about in NATO this happens and the NATO concept is that. So we went and invested in 5.56 because that was the NATO concept. But we are not in NATO. We are where we are. Our adversaries are known to us. We fought battles with Pakistan. Some people count 4, some people count 5. Some people say, we've had 6 encounters or battles or conflicts with Pakistan. China, how many conflicts we've had? We've had 62, we have 67, and number of them that we have actually contested on the borders. Some are known, some are unknown, some are popularized, and some are not spoken about. So here we are together to start crystal ball gazing on the future. So what I will do is, I am not an expert, because if you're an expert, then obviously you're making also a mistake, because all those experts have made mistakes in the past and we were surprised. I think together let's start thinking about, are we going to be attacked by China, or are we going to be attacked by Pakistan? With what, at what location, and when? And how anybody can foresee and forecast this? Obviously, the intent of the nation will only be made possible if the nation has invested and there is a capacity and he has actually built his competence. How do we evaluate the competence? The evaluation of competence is done by balance of power. Many papers are written, so many surface boats or so many aircraft carriers and so many aircrafts and so much of industry. Somebody is talking about artificial intelligence, somebody is talking about quantum technology, somebody is talking about the space, somebody is talking about cyber, somebody is talking about artificial intelligence, drones, and so on and so forth. So let's do a war game. If we were to be attacked in the very near future, what do you think our technology should be providing for our military? Obviously, we need to, in military parlance, it is called the INT preparation of battlefield. We need to get intelligence. And how do we get intelligence? Technical intelligence. And how does industry contribute towards it? So obviously, we'll all say, we should have known our space or ISRO or somebody should have known that the Chinese have come. We should have been forewarned that the Pakistan is going to actually come and occupy those high heights in Kargil. So there was an intelligence failure. Let's now, for today, call it an industrial failure. And it's like saying that we did not have the capacity and we did not have the wherewithal. Now, let's start talking about how many of you sitting across are into ISR. How much industry can provide as information, what time, resolution, and how would that information flow and where should it flow and when, so that a commander at the highest level can be forewarned so that he can be forearmed. So let's open the debate. Anybody who wants to say in the industry, they are the ones who are contributing to the ISR, and in fact, if you want to modify the concept of ISR, please do it and tell me what is the resolution, what type of pictures, how and when they will be delivered. Okay, so please raise hands. How many of you have competence and to understand and deliver ISR? One. Okay, let's start with you. What competence do you think our nation should have? And then anybody can contribute in the next 5 minutes. What do we have? Please.
I'm quite loud.
No, okay. So I think we will just talk loud because we will waste time.
You asked us one question, that what is it that can be delivered? But the second question, I'm posing a question. If the information is delivered, do we have a capacity to digest it?
No, forget about. Let's, we are not then. We are here. We are talking about industry.
So as an industry, we are able to give you two things. One, ISR in terms of physical mapping via drones. Second, we can give you a spectral monitoring where you get information about all the situations which have happened, whether Galwan or Doklam or Kargil. So passive monitoring of the spectrum is missing. So unless you monitor your spectrum, you don't know where your adversary is. And there are tools available today that you could geolocate in 3D every goddamn radio that's available. Why are we not using it?
Thank you very much for this. I think we are talking about the drone industry. Is it correct?
Drone, this is a part of drone.
It's part of the drone industry because you're not talking about space. Otherwise, we will go on to another. We are talking about drone industry. Okay, let's start talking about how drone industry can contribute to ISR. Do we have enough capability today? And what is that we need to talk about? Anybody from the drone industry and talk about your competence towards preparing the military for intelligence. Drone industry.
So we have a bird which tells you both. It gives you the spectrum in 3D and also gives you active monitoring via radars. A drone.
Okay, so what payloads are we talking about here?
So our payload is about 200 kg.
No, I'm talking about in the sense that what are the sensors that you're using? What are the cameras? Are you on EO or on SAR? Or what is your connectivity? So please tell me the technology that you will use for capturing that.
So we are giving you two things, active and passive monitoring of the physical aspect and the radio spectrum on a fixed wing.
When you say spectrum, are you talking about that you're giving ILINT?
SIGINT, ILINT both.
SIGINT, ILINT. Okay, SIGINT and INT, ILINT are actually extremely important. But I think that is when the preparation has come little closer, and I think one already has some information that something is happening. Imagine nothing is happening and there are no signatures. So first and foremost is, I think we need to understand, is the infrastructure being built? My co-commander is here in 4 Corps, General Sharad Chand. He's also been the vice chief. We have always had an issue in monitoring about how many bridges, what capacity, what roads, from where, what are the railroad combinations, what are the underground facilities which has been created, where all it has been created, what are the silos, where are the missile silos, where are the airfields, where are the helidromes coming in. I think largely we have to talk about knowledge of infrastructure in the depth. That you still do not know because there's nothing, we also have the EEP status in our country. We don't emanate anything. Do we fire radars? We don't. Do we just communicate on radios? We don't. We always use line. So if the adversary is also using the other than the radio communication or means, then I think it will be very difficult for you to start picking up initial signals as far as ILINT and SIGINT is concerned. So let's talk about larger, deeper infrastructure information that will flow in. Now, is there anybody who has that capability? Yeah, please.
commercial world, what is happening is data is being collected by computers and AI, and now you have many sensors. In commercial world, we are analyzing that data and we are getting our responses as to what we need to do. In military, what I fail to see is where is the common backbone of your data getting, collated, and then analysis are happening. It may come from a UAV, it may come from a satellite, can come from a human, intervention that he is giving some input. But where is that data going? How is it getting analyzed? I think so that backbone infrastructure is lacking in our tri-services. Even we have seen now that, you will be having the theater command set up and the bill is already being discussed in the parliament. But sir, there needs to be a...
Sorry, what does it mean that I should stop now? No, but let him walk in here. We'll handle it. Yeah. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Now, okay. What we will start talking about is that who is preparing the network-centric operations. Let's talk about the system of systems. How many of us are dealing with the terrestrial and non-terrestrial communication? Okay. So I think we will shift that. What is there that the industry can provide in providing secure communications which are networked, and ultimately how do we achieve network centricity which is secure, and also we make sure that we connect them to the sensors, and the sensors pick up the data, and data comes into data centers, and that is where the data gets processed. So anybody who contributes to that industry, please talk about it. Yeah, please.
So what I took examples of Amara was exactly what you're just talking about. So there was a network which they set up. They were able to pick up, right? So there are things which are able to pick up, So you are able to do, so they call it cloudlet. They said it's a private cloud. They call it cloudlet. They're saying that actually at the extreme location, they're able to set up a kind of a small data center in couple of hours where they're able to say, okay, I have a cluster which I set up and I can monitor it from center. I can patch it from the center. I can secure it from the center. I can have another setup. Now this gives a platform to deploy anything which they want to deploy at a point of time, which is able to pick up anything from an IoT device or any telemetry using MQIT protocols or other protocols, pick up at a very light payloads and just pick them up, be sensitive towards the speed of the network, yet be effective, disconnected. It's absolutely a non-permeable because it's purely just their network, something like that. So that's something which I just took an example.
Which you are talking about Cloudlet, which also has a edge computing ability.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
So can you please elaborate on that?
So the edge is like, so edge is synonym to low networks, edge is synonym to low computes, edge is synonym to very low capacity. So when you look at edge, we have our solution which basically are very small form factors, single node. So if I have a data center where I have a luxury of, high-end servers, I don't have those luxury at the edge. I basically need very small machines on which I need to have my platform set up. So when I talk about edge, I'm talking about remotest of the location. With this very small compute, I'm able to set them up. Now, if I expand it to the drone, if I look at drone, then I look at that I need to put in the GPU cards, which are like JetSet Nano. If somebody searches on NVIDIA, there is a card called JetSet Nano. On those cards, now you want, again, a platform setup where, the military can then code their own, application. So we're not giving an application. What we're giving is a platform which is monitorable from a center, is deployable on a drone, and onto this, you write your application and put it. So you could just configure it all, cluster them up, secure them up, and that's what we do in that sense.
So 3 questions come up here. One is that in the tactical battle area, which we know that, in the war zone, we have number of TBAs, tactical battle areas. In tactical battle areas, there are going to be actually terabytes of data which is going to flow in per square kilometer.
Yeah.
And there is also going to be megawatts of electricity which is going to be used and going to be consumed to run those systems. Now, do we have the megawatts and the terabytes put together? Otherwise, if one critical infrastructure fails, the other is redundant. So let's now go to power. How can we make sure that in the battlefield we can create power, so much power, and how much power is required in a tactical battle area is something that will be dictated by the number of platforms that you are employing. So let's talk about power.
So if I may submit, this was regarding the previous point which was being discussed. There is an IDEX project, a challenge which has been thrown to the industry about satellite-based monitoring of strategic facilities. At present, it is restricted to within the nation. The capacity and the capability exists in the industry to have satellite-based monitoring of strategic facilities, which can do real-time monitoring, and the entire data goes to a particular control center where the data is fused, analyzed, and disseminated to the lower echelons. A similar facility, if extended across the borders, would probably suit the purpose.
Okay, excellent. Are we talking about the LEO, MEO constellations, or are
Yes,
we talking
sir.
about the GEO?
Yes, sir.
So which constellation are you talking about?
Sir, what has been given out is a GEO, which is probably wrong. It should have been a LEO constellation.
Okay. So when you talk about the LEO constellation, obviously, you know, when you're going to pick up information, you also need to understand the exact location, which if you want to neutralize the lat long and the GEO, what is that, GIS compatibility is there. How are we going to make sure that the accuracy of the data, if you want to neutralize, can be neutralized? So let's talk about somebody who is now looking at the right resolution, the right time at which it has been picked up. And you are now talking about, you're not talking about reconnaissance, you're not talking about information, but you are talking about intelligence. And when you talk about edge computing, it means now analyzed and processed information has come, and now in the OODA loop, you have to decide what you need to do with this. So suppose you decide nothing to be done, it means you continue to carry out surveillance of that area, you continue to monitor that, so that your database gets built on whatever you have spotted is monitored, and you can keep updating as to the intent of it. So that is next I, which gets added to from intelligence to the intent, because you have to identify and create the intent bank of what is going to happen so that you can take a decision what needs to be done. Tell me, what kind of resolutions are we looking at, and what is the swath we are looking at? And if you are looking at some 3,000 kilometers of frontage now random, what is number of satellites in the LEO constellation? If you are saying LEO, because then I'll talk about the possibility of a resolution of the LEO constellation. What are we going to use? What transponders or what resolution or what imagery sensors are we going to use? Any idea? And tell me, how fast does the LEO move, and how fast does the MEO move, and what is the revisit time? And if you have the revisit time, which you have worked out, how many satellites would be required in the LEO constellation?
So though I may not be a technical expert on this, but with whatever little knowledge I know, that GEO is a costly option. In LEO,
No, we have moved away from GEO. We are
yes,
talking
sir.
about LEO.
In LEO, more the number of satellites, you will have a better revisit time.
Yeah, that is theory, but I am now talking about mathematics.
So that the industry will be able to tell what is the capacity they have.
Anybody who can give me the mathematics of what kind of a LEO constellations would be required, and how many, and then I will come to analytics and the ground segment of it. Yeah, please.
Sir, when you talk of the LEO center,
Can you please give out which industry do you come from?
sir, I'm working with FSTC. I'm not from the industry.
Okay.
Check 1, 2. So my name is Erkam Nodagar. When you talk of low Earth satellites, there are around 150 odd kilometers is the altitude at which they operate.
Sorry, how much?
150.
Is that minimum or ideal?
Average.
Okay, average.
Average.
Okay.
And the revisit time is 90 minutes. And the speed at which they travel is between 25 to 30,000 kilometers per hour. Some time back, we had a major issue wherein when they are over any part of the world, you can either upload data or you can download data, or the satellite can carry out mapping.
Thank you.
Today,
yeah, I got it. So the point is the revisit can also be reduced to 20 minutes, depending on the what kind of a orbit do you select. You know, So it is not that you select a polar orbit, which is a conventional polar orbit, and you start talking about 90 minutes, but you can actually tweak with the orbit and get visit of your area of interest down to 20 minutes. Possible?
Lower the altitude at which you operate, possible.
Yeah, possible. Okay, thank you very much. So the point that I'm making here is, and the terabytes of information which is to be downloaded to the Earth stations, there have to be either one big Earth station which further distributes the data, or we have number of smaller tactical receiving terminals which can actually be used for launch on demand, and then you dress up your space segment in a manner that you have in the tactical battle area number of downloads which are possible directly from the space. Is it okay? Again, the question was power. How do I power megawatts of electricity for all these terminals? Because if we have only one major receiving station or one major power source, both become critical infrastructure and both can be destroyed. So let's talk about it. I know a number of them were actually showing their capability in delivering power. So let's talk about power or power or whatever. Nobody can supply power. So there's no point having terabytes, because it won't be possible to fight a battle which is based on future of technology.
Sir, I have a point.
Yep. Yeah.
So I'm not from the power industry, but we manufacture containers which house powering equipment. So that's a very basic calculation, sir. Once you know what systems you have in place, and from the different users you get the power consumption data, then you have to lay out the lines, and obviously the power source itself today is still conventional, sir. At least in mill situations, in military situations, you'd still have conventional gen sets. There'll be low volume, low noise, low signatures. But it's a fairly simple part. So if you can get that, it's about just communication and getting the calculations cleared, and then the terabytes will follow, sir.
Thank you very much. Dr. Arvind, can you just help us out now? That, of course, we are going to talk about materials because, Dr. Arvind is my friend from the DRDO and we worked a lot on materials, and we will talk about materials a little later. But power is an issue. How do we solve this power tangle? Dr. Arvind.
Hello. Thank you, sir. So there are many ways by which the power requirement can be solved. The terrain is difficult, so conventional power sources are difficult. So we have to go for special arrangements like the solar or the hybrid or green hydrogen, fuel cells. They may be expensive, but if there is a need, we don't have to look at the cost associated with it. Power is not an issue. You can generate it anywhere.
Thank you very much, Dr. Arvind. How many of these can be sourced from India? Materials.
Solar, wind are not a major issue. However, we have a scarcity of solar cells being imported, and the solar panels are just assembled in India. For the wind energy, we have the technology built in. And with the coming of semiconductor facilities in India, the manufacturing of solar cells will also become easily possible. Coming to the green hydrogen or the fuel cells, we are still dependent on the foreign technology, but now it is becoming commercially available, and some of the IITs have already demonstrated the prototypes where the power can be generated by many other means. So it is not handicapped as on date. If
Okay,
there is
but
a will,
as far-
there is a solution.
Okay, as far as the tactical battle areas.
Nowadays, new technologies are bringing lot many innovations, and even in nuclear technology field, there are the SMRs, small modular reactors. These reactors are say 20 megawatt, 40 megawatt, 60 megawatt. India is also working on it, but it is operating they are being tested in US and in many other countries. So wherever this kind of an data, large amount of data, not only in terabytes but in petaflops, and is analyzed, could be supported by a localized, and these SMRs could be transported over the trucks and in very locations. Those are, terrain is, it could be hided or camouflaged.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So this is an idea, but I was looking at somebody who can, sitting here from the industry, provide it. Yes, please.
Sir, I beg your pardon, sir. I'm Colonel Chaudhary, sir, from the Infantry Directorate, and we are doing procurements for drones in various categories. Because we hopped very quickly from the topic of drones to satellites and the requirement of power. I think we need to address the issue of how we are going to manage the information in the battlefield, which is coming both from drones and other EO systems, sir. And thereafter find a congruence in the solution which will also help us manage the power issue, sir. The power requirement, when we are looking at large monitoring systems where the satellite feeds are coming, they are more or less static, sir, or semi-static. And for them, when they are looking at large battery packs or generators to give them the power management solutions, I think it is possible. What is more important is when that information has to come down to the soldier on the battlefield or commanders at all levels, how do we manage those smaller power solutions which are important? As on date, sir, there's a plethora of information which is moving. All of this information is being fed to the commanders through various different protocols, whether for collection of the information or for the transmission, sir. Where we want the industry to actually start working on is defining standards and protocols, wherein we give them that every time that any ISR information has to be brought, has to be collected from the battlefield, it has to come on a common platform with a common frequency on which the communication has to take place, and on a common software where it is going to get plotted. I think in that only a lot of power management issues can be resolved, sir.
Thank you. Actually, I'm trying to cover a very vast canvas in say about 20-25 minutes. So if I'm running fast, it is because of that, but I fully understand what you're saying. The standards and the protocols cannot be built by industry. Yes, it can be built by consortiums in collaboration or in cooperation with the military, provided the military has actually given out the operational philosophy. Operational philosophy will lead you to have a product development, because that is how you will have the doctrines and you will have strategies coming out of it. You see, the moment you give out the operational philosophy, say for drones that you spoke about, that is the operational philosophy based on which the industry and the R&D will start working towards. Today, we have number of drones manufacturers who are assembling drones, but actually we do not know in what philosophy do they fit in. So can you now contribute something about the drone philosophy?
So firstly is the users of the airspace, sir, in the tactical battle area. Earlier it was the Air Force and the aviation primarily, with the AD and the artillery exercising some amount of control over who's using that airspace. Now, sir, the drones are available right down to the infantry battalion levels and to the tactical commanders. So, firstly, we require a coordinated structure which can stratify the layers which is being used by various users in the battlefield, sir. The drones, sir, both for ISR and for logistics, as of date, they are being procured, and the numbers which are being procured are pretty staggering, and we can look at the numbers only growing rather than
tactical, sub-tactical, operational or strategic requirement.
So for tactical and sub-tactical.
Tactical and sub-tactical.
Yes.
So therefore, you do not actually qualify to be under the larger canvas of ISR, reconnaissance, yes, and also some amount of shooter sensor integration for shorter range weapons. Sure. So what I was talking about is, since you're from Infantry Directorate and I have been your DG, I would understand your sentiments, but what I'm saying is, when you see at a larger plane, the UTM, for example, As far as the car is concerned, well, the UTM is missing in that. But very quickly, I'll shift to the anti-drone, because if you get into a drone shock and we are actually attacked by mass application of drone by the adversary, what kind of a counter drone capability do we want to have, at what scale, and with what technology? Is somebody dealing with the counter drones? You can please explain to me. Yep. Okay. He's the one. Okay, please.
So the first question is that do we know the lower airspace, if we'll call it, where you are flying the drone? So for civilian airspace, we have a UTM. So does our defense network have some kind of awareness that how many drones are flying and where they are flying and how to avoid a conflict? Number one. Number two is on the counter drone, we specialize on both soft kill and hard kill. But the question is that in the evolving technology space, when the drones are not dependent only on a RF network, how are we going to detect the drones when they are absolutely RF silent?
Okay, I think there is some side discussion. Manik, do you think that I need to stop here? I can stop temporarily. I have no problems with that. No. Because is there something that you...
Yeah, actually for the time. There's still time, sir. I think still we can start.
Well, I'm just having a discussion. I can stop anytime, because I can continue to discuss 5 hours or 3 hours or even next 5 minutes. Please let me know. Okay, 5 minutes? Okay. So let's talk about counter drone. Sorry for the...
So in the counter drone space, till yesterday, when most of the drones were dependent on RF link between the pilot and the drone, we had a strategy to be able to monitor the RF space. But when we have RF silent drones, or the drones are moving into 5G, 4G, or they are fully autonomous, we are missing a piece of link, which is a radar. And the radars which are available generally today are good for air defense, but they are not for low and slow kind of an object. So how are we addressing that issue?
So we have a problem?
Yes, we have a problem.
Anybody who can address this problem here?
So it's definitely, sorry.
Anybody who can address this problem?
So, sir, I'm sorry, I don't know your name, but that's a very valid point he has over there. But you do have radars available that can take care of these drones that hop and move onto the GPS. It's very possible. But yes, do we have that technology in India per se?
Can I stop you for 1 sec?
Sir.
We have officers from the air defense sitting here. I know them, I respect them a lot. I suppose from this quarter I can have some very senior air defense officers who can talk about the radar technology, which can detect the kind of drones which, from the nano to small to micro, mini, in the lowest of altitude which can come in. How do you think we can handle it?
So we have the radar.
Okay. Yeah.
We are working on a new technology as far as sensors are concerned. They have already transmitted to active electronically scanned radars, digitized radars, that kind of this thing. So the whole technology of radar has changed now.
So my question was, sir, that we have the radars, but do we have the money to buy as many radars as we want to monitor the huge volume?
Let's not talk about money, because see, I'm here only talking about technology in warfare. Huh?
Radars
Okay.
are available.
The radars are available now. They are coming inside. I mean, everybody is trying to get into. Bell is getting into. There are others also in the private players. So it's all there. It may not be a very ideal situation, but then it's improving. What I'm saying, the whole radar technology has now undergone a change for the last 3-4 years. So, in one simple word, the digitized radars are now coming in.
Okay, so what we will do is I'll stop here for the moment, and depending on time, because this is something which we need to talk about in proper organized way as to how the warfare, because there are different ways that we can be attacked. Starting from the conventional, we have also fought the unconventional operations and proxy war. The homeland security is another subject. The hybrid situation is another subject. And what you see in Ukraine is actually everything all told. And we haven't yet started talking about the remote control and the precision battles. We haven't yet spoken about the OODA loop. And in OODA loop, as I say, 2 S's have been added, OOSDA, because in the systems of systems, we have to do share, which is secure. So you have to observe, orient, share. Now you want to share without the edge computing, or you want to share which is processed, and then you have to make sure that if you're not going to use that kind of a bandwidth, then you do edge computing, but share secure. So unless you are going to ensure that you will be able to decide and act only correctly, then otherwise your decisions would be wrong and you will be acting at the wrong place. Maybe where a kinetic application required, you are using a non-kinetic application. Where you are having a contact requirement, you're having a contact at the wrong point. So that is how the USDA can be disturbed. So I will stop here for the moment. I think it was just a small glimpse of certain technologies which can be discussed, debated, aggregate, so that we can find a delta. That what is that we need, what is that we don't have, and what we don't have, I think that is the areas in which the industry must come in together. And I think as far as military is concerned, there are enough experts who will be able to guide the industry to military 4.5 as I talk about, because the industry has already gone to industry 4.0 standards. And unless the military guides the industry half a notch to 4.5, industry will not be able to prepare itself for industry 5.0. And military, unfortunately, as we are today, we have not even adopted industry 3.0 standards completely. Or in certain areas, we've gone to 3.5. There is no scale to measure it, but it is only through the application of technology whether the entire 4.0 industry has been absorbed by the military or not. Obviously, the answer is no. If 4.0 has not been absorbed by the military, we are somewhere at 3.5. And when I discuss this, somebody says we are at 3, somebody says 3.2, 3.5. Well, that is our aggregation of guess. That is a section average method. But I think, ladies and gentlemen, I think we need to take responsibility in discussing together and make a defense industrial complex which will be able to cover this delta for the next war. When it is going to happen, I do not know. Maybe we are already into it. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so the self memento.
Thank you, sir. It's been really a very installing talk. You have totally gingered the audience post the lunch with your interactive session. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good.
Moving further on, we now have a panel discussion on the same topic. May I invite the following panelists to kindly come on the stage, please. Mr. Rudra Shriram, DCM Shriram Group, Mr. Vishal Markande, Singularity Aerospace, Captain Nikunj Parashar, Sagar Defense Engineering, Mr. Avdesh Khaitan, Carrot Systems, Colonel Manik Anand. I would also request Air Vice Marshal Anandan to join up on the stage, please.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? So can you hear me? Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, my worthy seniors, General Mehra, sir, General AP, my ex-Director General, General Saraj Chand, and all veterans, senior officers, welcome to this drone session on new technologies in drones, counter drones, and the space sector. This is a very elite panel. The Aerospace Division of the Department of Defense Production has been steering a time-bound action plan which was promised to the Indian nation on 15th February 2023 in front of the Honorable Raksha Rajya Mantri Shri Ajay Bhatt and the CISC.
So this is a continuation of where we left at 15:30 hours at Air India at Air Force Station Yelahanka. So we had a different set of panel, and I think Avdesh is the only one out of that panel right now. We had a totally different panel, so it's great to have this going. And we in the Department of Defense Production are really working very closely with the academia, the research, and we are taking a delegation of the industry, which was on the recommendation of the Drone Federation of India and SIDM, to Jammu Air Base on Saturday, which the Indian Air Force has very kindly agreed to permit the industry to have a look at Heron, how it operates, so it will help them develop the technologies. So since we are behind time, 20 minutes late, so I'll not say much, and I will start with Nikunj Prashar. We heard him yesterday. He barely managed it, sprinting and huffing in because of SpiceJet and Indigo airline delays. So Nikunj, you are from Sagar, Defense Engineering. You are an expert in the maritime and the underwater domain. So would you like to tell us what are your niche technology products? What is the indigenization content? You know the thought process of the MOD regarding the indigenization of the drones. And what action is Sagar Defense Engineering doing to get the niche technologies into our country?
Thank you so much, sir. As you said, what Sagar Defense is doing for the niche technology to bring it in the country. So I'll just start ki hum hi hum hai to kya hum hai, tum hi tum ho to kya tum ho. So it's not Sagar Defense Engineering. Again, I would come across it's the armed forces for us. Our learning has been again from the armed forces, and due to them, we have been started doing something very different on the niche side. And something from the Navy. So when we started off, especially in the drone vertical, when we started off with that, it was more on the Army, and we understood that in the Army, the drones are operated from the land base. That means you take off from one place and you come back and land again. What happened is when the Navy came up with the query, the Navy had a different concept. They said, look, it's great. Our land is a ship. It has all 6 degrees of freedom of motion, and it keeps moving. Now, this was a challenge which was thrown across to us, and that means if the fleet is moving, as I said yesterday, also at 12 knots or 15 knots, then all the warships are moving at that speed. So that means your failsafe changes, your technology requirement changes, and you could not be only dependent on a GPS. That means if you have a GPS failure, if you have an outage due to EM and EMC, especially on a warship across, how do you land back? So you have to think actually across, talk a lot to the user in close cooperations, and we went for 8 certain sea trials in these ops. I will tell you, out of these 8, 7 we lost our platforms, and especially when we were at 20 kilometers away, ditched in the water. So we used to smile. So we were asked, Nikunj, why are you smiling? I said, sir, ek test acha ho raha hai ki wo doob ja raha hai. That is what it was designed for. And
you have 1 minute more.
And this is where the crux of landing and taking off was done across. This helped us to scale it to the Army because tanks need it. And tanks is a hard iron again. So certain technologies like this, which has been...
What is the IC content of your product?
So in our case, if we leave the motor and propeller, we are there at 90%.
What is percentage?
90%.
What do you import?
A motor and propellers?
What's stopping it to be made in India?
One is a huge amount of investments, and that is something would require. So if you have to set up a motor propeller division, you need investments.
So we take it that Sagar Defense Engineering is making products which are 90% indigenized.
That is correct.
So that's a world record. Congratulations. Great to hear that. Okay. Next I move to Vishal Markande, who's part of my think tank, and he's a very proud man. The unmanned combat aerial vehicle was standing next to the best of the fighter aircrafts of the world on the tarmac of the Air Force Station at Bengaluru. Must have been a very moment of pride for you and your company. Absolutely. And my entire family clicked that thing with your bird there. So we would like to know what are your niche products. Let me complete, since time is short. What are your niche products? What is your indigenization content? And why do you think India, with a nation with such brilliant minds, is still we're lacking as far as the intellectual property is concerned? Sagar is doing an excellent job, and that's why he was first to start, because I've been following Nikunj for the last 1 year. so, so let's hear from Vishal what his company is doing and how they are progressing this agenda of the Government of India.
So, thank you very much for having me over.
Closer.
Singularity Aerospace has been working very closely with most of the research and development government PSUs like DRDO, ADA, and GTRE also for quite some number of years now. Yeah, sorry. Is that better?
Yeah.
So, whatever experience we have, we got it from, getting all the knowledge, information, and working with these agencies, which has been very helpful. And then we started building our own platforms.
Sorry, we are short of time.
Yeah.
You name the product, the IC content,
right,
and the indigenization roadmap.
Okay. So we displayed two platforms in Aero India. Both are tandem wing. One is called Bravo Tango, which was on the static display outside, which you saw, and the Sierra Tango, which was in the India Pavilion. The specialty of the platform is that on a low aspect ratio, it gives you the capability to carry twice its own body weight. So that's what we have displayed. We are already into flight trials, and they are going pretty well. Soon we will do a flight demo, which I hope that all of you get to see. The IC content of our aircrafts is also close to about 85 to 90%. Power unit is what we import, and propellers we are making ourselves.
And about the intellectual property, with the brilliant minds in the country,
Yeah.
what is your take on that?
That is a little vexing question. The intellectual property, see, there's a process of patent application, which we have still not been able to understand why it is still happening. But the issue is that the moment you file for a patent with the patent office in India, there are certain keywords which have been marked as important for national security or for some reason, and that file goes back to the research agencies, and that kind of becomes a black hole sort of a thing, because there is no SLA that they follow in terms of reverting whether the industry or the individual who's filed for the patent can actually get the patent or not. Now that intellectual capital, if it does not reside with the company or the individual, first is that the company becomes uninvestable, uninteresting for the investors. The other is that it is not really encouraging and motivating for the individual also to work any further in that.
So do you think that there's a need to change the IC content performer of the DAP 2020 to get this indigenization roadmap going?
So that's a paradox, because what is it that we should be making first before we get to the next is the question to ask, because we were just talking about the ISR. We don't make anything, right?
So do you recommend changing this format, yes or no?
Yeah, it should be changed.
Okay, thank you. Now I move to Avdesh Khaitan. Avdesh is come all the way from Bengaluru, and he is going to tell us about a niche product, I believe, today, Avdesh,
yeah,
which you're trying to get into India. So could you tell us regarding that? Yeah.
So I've been, thank you, sir. So we've been asked to talk about swarming, and of course in the audience over here, swarming is not something which is very novel, which I would like to introduce about. But what I would like to talk about is that we are developing a family of swarming drones, starting from a payload, explosive payload of 50 grams, going up to 30 kilograms. And based on the conflict which is ongoing, we just see that this is going to be the future of warfare. It's going to be unmanned, and it's going to be swarms which will be taking over conventional weapon systems. On this topic also, some of the other areas on swarming which I'd like to talk about is, of course, swarming by itself would not be capable of, in terms of identifying or visually identifying or visually classifying targets. So there would be a need for man-on-man teaming, both from a human in the loop perspective, and then also we are talking about a man-on-man teaming with aircrafts. Could be helicopters as well.
So is this going to be indigenized? Are you working with a foreign OEM, TOT? How are you going about it?
Sir, no, we are working we are not working with any foreign OEM. In fact, we are working with one of the DRDO laboratories for this. under a program through which a competitive bidding process, we were successful in being able to develop this technology along with them. So it's an indigenous.
So when are you sending us the suo motu proposal for this?
So this has already been contracted for, but in terms of a suo motu proposal for a medium range swarming jet-powered drone system, that is something that is already being worked upon, and we'll be sending it to you.
Okay, thank you.
If I may just add one thing over here is in terms of a roadmap, if we can have. I mean, this is something that we have been working, and we've been supported by DRDO. But if we can have a roadmap for MUMT, both from the Air Force, it could be either developed based on the capability assessment that you're currently undergoing. And also, in case there is something else which is also on the horizon, in addition to the CATS program, if the industry can be made aware of this, then of course we can mobilize our efforts in this domain.
Thank you. Avdesh, I have another question for you. The basic rib of the industry is the DTIS, which is not kicked off, the testing infrastructure for drones. And the R&D, we had announced that in the previous financial year, but somehow is not kicked off. So would you like to tell us as to what are your views on the DTIS?
So the infrastructure, I mean, we are talking about being able to manufacture products here, but I can tell you that I've been in the drone industry for more than a decade now, and I have been to as far as Arizona to be able to test my products, because that was the only way by way of which I could have gone beyond vision line of sight. So this is something which we have such a big landmass in our country, and we are unable to test here. At least 10 years ago, things are getting better now. One more.
So could you tell us what you know, who's doing what regarding DTIS for the audience here? Whatever you are part of DFI, is DFI doing something about it?
DFI is doing. They are in fact trying to put in test infrastructure all over the country. And to this extent, I do have some views which I can share. I mean, multi-rotors are ruling the roost here, but we should not forget larger platforms which would include tactical UAVs or Malay class UAVs. So, anything up 350 kilograms and going up to 1,000 kilograms. So, these are, we require test infrastructure for this platforms as well.
So in your assessment, when can you think crystal ball blazing into the future? When you think that we'll have Nikunj, you and Vishal walking into testing infrastructure site and doing that? What is your assessment?
So I think, the test infrastructure is already available here. It's just about trying to get, at the right...
Where is it available?
The bureaucracy out of it.
Where is it available?
I would say, we've we would visit ITR Chandipur, AD College in Gopalpur. So all of that is available. It's just about getting the bureaucracy out of it so as to be able to, I don't want to be given a slot which is 6 months down the line. Only if it rains on that day can I come and test for 2 hours. That really puts my R&D program out of it. Or during a make program, I'm only allotted a range which could be for only 2 days, just at the end before I have to do a field evaluation trial. That is something which is not acceptable.
General AP, sir, he's my mentor. He's been the commandant of Army Defense College, and he's been our Director General. So this boy told me just 3 days back on the DFA group, Army D College, and I was so thrilled to hear that these guys are going there, and I'm sure it must have started during your time when you were the commandant there. So any trials have happened during your time of the drones and all coming to Gopalpur?
So it's just that. So I think it's basically just the...
It is your personal license that you could go to Gopalpur? You knew somebody?
Yes, sir, because we were having some trials itself.
Okay, so it's not institutionalized?
It was not institutionalized.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now Rudra, we have been discussing with you. You are trying to get niche technology to India. You're speaking to people in Turkey, in Israel. So what do you get to the table? And I think you're doing something on the counter drones also. So I want to know, and you have promised us that probably you will take leadership role in this indigenization plan as far as the drone commerce is concerned. So I just want to know, as you as a young leader, what technology you're trying to get in India, and is it going to be a perfect TOT? Is the IPR going to be with you, or are you going to have foreign hand in that?
So I'll just clear this point of IPR and TOT out. So whatever we invest in, we take IPR with us. otherwise we don't really look at it. But it depends on product to product. For certain products which we feel which are critical to the national security interest, we obviously do negotiate the IPR at least for our country in that place. Secondly, we manufacture the birds over here ourselves. So it's not that, yes, basically the decision was to do, I want to spend 10 years in developing my own platform or make a quick investment and get the platform and start working on the bigger picture issues over here. In terms of working with, on the counter drone stuff, so I must say it's a very nascent, let's say, beginning for us in that place. It's only the last 6-8 months that we've been looking at this space, and the partner we've chosen is obviously has a proven track record in the global system. I think on our side, we still have some policy changes over there for.
So what type of technology are coming to India from your foreign partners?
So basically on the drone side, so we work with ruggedized mil standard drones. Basically, what we have heard in its last 2-3 years of our research is that a lot of the drones supplied to the forces till now are still not ruggedized for military use. They still have to be used by very careful fingers and hands.
Just 1 second. The gentleman of the army, do you agree with what he said? The army officers? He says that the army is procuring drones which are not military ruggedized. Is that correct?
That's actually not what I said. I said drones that they are receiving are not, and this is over the last 2 to 3 years.
So what the drones have been inducted are not.
Well, I mean, do they have a military standard? Are they let's say tested to MIL standard 810G?
Gurukul Narang, have you any view on that? So do I take it that the drones which have already got inducted are not up to a particular standard? Right. Okay, thank you.
Basically, so I have some. Let's say we take the US MIL standard as the base of a global standard in MIL testing. So you test for humidity, temperature, oral signature. There are certain ways to test this to MIL standard 810G. So that's something we've already done, and that's what we are trying to introduce now.
Yeah, please. Just give him a mic. Somebody give him a mic. आप बोलते रहो, आएगा mic. Second part, which is how do we ensure that these drones talk to each other within the same service? Forget about other services within the same service. So I'll come to that. I'll come to that. Okay. Would you like to say something on counter drones? What trying to get?
Yeah, so we are looking at a very modular, basically a multi-layered solution. So we had a couple of discussions on the radar being introduced. Our partners in Israel definitely have the multi-layer solution, but again, it comes back to price and number of quantity that has to be procured in India to make a complete, they talk to each other, systems talk to each other.
So once you get this from Turkey and knowing the geopolitical environment, so would you
we don't get them from Turkey, sir. I've invested in a company. I've taken the technology here. I make everything over here. Nothing comes from Turkey. There's no Turkish language anywhere in any of my documentation, sir.
So you will be able to export to any part of the world once you get this?
Yes, as a relationship with my partners, yes.
So tomorrow this geopolitical angle doesn't come into play?
No, not at all. It's a B2B relationship.
Oh, great. That's nice to hear. Okay, do you think there's a need to change the IC performer of DAP 2020?
Absolutely, sir. And I'm not going to stay silent on that. I think
you must say, yeah.
Yeah, I think we're just jumping really fast. This is not low tech or medium tech. Or again, we come back to what the chief had to say today about conventional and contemporary. This definitely comes under contemporary, sir. When you talk about conventional, we talk about other platforms, whatnot. You can push to a 75, 80, 85% IC content. We'll still manage in the industry between DPSU's private industry to deliver the product, whether not now, maybe in half a decade or in a decade. With these type of components, we come back to talk about. You ask me as an industry leader, do you want to lead the IC content or let's say the component? So as Nikunj had to say over there, 90% without motors and propellers. It's a very valid point. I'm not saying I'm very happy he said it in a very transparent matter because that's where our problem is. So you have to, I personally feel if you want this drone industry, leave the counter drone out because it's still niche technology. The drone industry to grow, you will have to decrease the IC percent, sir. And I'm not saying decrease it to, because to make people lazy and easier.
Okay, thanks. Okay, we have Group Captain Abhyankar, who represents Headquarter IDS. Headquarter IDS has a standing advisory committee. And Abhyankar, I just want to know as to how the IDS, because I think you got a major role to play as far as commonality and interoperability is concerned, which is quite a gray area as far as I'm concerned. So how is Headquarter IDS trying to say something what Group Captain Narang was trying to bring about? So are you really at it as far as commonality and interoperability are concerned? And secondly, how is the Standing Advisory Committee doing? You didn't have a DDP member for last 3 meetings, and now you have one. So are we really synergized?
Thank you, sir. I'll just cover a few things which are driving the whole philosophy behind the Standing Advisory Committee, which I feel are key. One, we require a holistic approach which integrates the requirements of jointness, interoperability, long-term budgetary requirements, both capital as well as revenue, manpower criticality, which is expected, so how much manpower is required to operate a particular system, the capability requirements, regulatory aspects, industry requirements, and academic research in order to optimize the utilization of the available resources, and that too in terms of manpower, R&D, and finances. Now, as far as standards are concerned, sir, till now we have not found any common technical standards which are being followed by the industry, or which we can safely say that they are at least being used by anyone, a part of the industry, all of the industry, or whatever. Now, do we need to reinvent the wheel? We don't think so. There are already pre-existing standards like the NATO MIL standards, the standardization agreements, and the JSS Penta 5 is also there, which to a certain extent gives you standards for environmental protection. Certainly standards are there.
My question was, what is IDS doing about commonality and interoperability?
Yes, we have asked. Now we are in a process of data gathering right now. We have asked the industry, we have asked the services. Services from the operational requirement point of view. As someone in the audience also mentioned, they would like the video and images to be in a standardized format. So these are burning questions, and these need to be considered very, very carefully, both by the users as well as the industry, before they invest any resources. And one thing which came up was that rather than go for wholesale solutions, and this is one point which we do feel in our internal deliberations, that rather than trying to offer a complete package of a drone, maybe there is merit in going for development of individual systems and subsystems. That is separation of technology from applications. The drone
okay,
being
thanks, Abhyankar. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome the Additional Secretary, T. Natarajan, sir. So welcome to the this thing. In the last half an hour, sir, we just got the panel discussion. We have Mr. Vishal Markande from my left, sir. He represents Singularity Aerospace. He's making a UCAV. Then we have Ashish Khaitan, sir, on to the left. He's Cadet Systems, operating a swarm drone. We have Nikunj Prashar, expert on maritime and for the domain. Then we have Rudra Shriram, trying to get technology in India from Turkey and Israel and counter drone, sir. And we have Group Captain Abhyankar from Headquarter IDS, sir. So we have just finished the first round of questions, sir. And I'll just proceed further, sir. Okay, Group Captain Narang, regarding counter drones, what's your view?
In counter drone, our IDEX has given results in terms of initial development of counter drone systems. Like some of the counter drones we are inducting are results of indigenous R&D. But what we need, if you follow what is happening in Ukraine, the technology is evolving, but our R&D has to catch up in terms of issues raised in terms of radar, issues in terms of hard kill technologies. So, Headquarter IDS has released a report where entire roadmap is there. We have to make sure that roadmap is implemented if we have to meet the future challenges. And remember, our adversaries are doing a lot of research and development, both in terms of northern adversary as well as in the western adversary.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the Additional Secretary has to go for another meeting with the Defense Secretary. So may I now request you for your keynote address to the gathering, sir. Please keep sitting. Please keep sitting.
Can you get the mic on? So you can take.
A very warm good afternoon, and we are entering into good evening to all of you. Sorry for getting in. I thought it is at 3:30. That's why I thought I'll be here for this interaction. So first and foremost, I thank the organizers, PhD CCI, and the host of other organizers for organizing an important event, bringing in various stakeholders who are part of this defense manufacturing ecosystem on a common platform. I'm sure we have had fruitful discussion over this various sessions. This provides an unique opportunity, of course, to share our views, address the concerns of the participant, and identify solutions as well as work on new possibilities. As you are aware, the defense manufacturing ecosystem is under a major transformation. We are seeing fundamental shifts in various aspects of defense production ecosystem, which is supported on the pillars of Atmanirbharta, Make in India, indigenization, and innovation. Many key and critical reforms have been undertaken to achieve this vision of the Honorable Prime Minister. I will highlight few of them, and what I understood when I was approached is maybe focus a little bit on export part of it. I don't know whether it still holds true, but I'll try to do more in that area, while trying to share views on the overall direction in which our initiatives are going as far as defense production is concerned. First and foremost is indigenization. I think this is the sort of vocabulary or mantra that is driving the overarching steps that we are taking. So you must have heard from the chief of the forces also how much efforts are being taken in this direction. Positive indigenization lists are being published, and also mechanism is being put or is already in place, but we are trying to make it more and more action oriented to achieve positive indigenization of major platforms. 411 platforms have been identified, and our effort is to make them work. Of course, at a different level, the Defense Production Department itself has a Srijan portal for facilitating indigenization of subsystems, components, and spares. So I think we are working at various levels so that indigenization we can approach as a comprehensive solution or a comprehensive approach to achieve indigenization in defense production. So the linked thing is also how do we create the ecosystem where indigenization happens. Indigenization needs the support and wherewithal to be taken forward. So in this direction there are many things which are taking it forward. One is, of course, where the government programs to support this through the MAKE initiatives, MAKE 1, MAKE 2, and MAKE 3. So all these three, a lot of details are available. So the idea is how do we facilitate, be it in the area of design, development, or production, indigenization. So I am happy to note that more and more proposals are coming in all these three, and particularly 1 and 2. So, I appeal to the industry and the end users to make more and more use of this program. Of course, we are trying to refine the process in terms of both the time as well as how to make it easier as we go. But lot of traction is there, and we can work for making it more, because the requirement is really huge, and we have to go a long way in making use of this this facility that is available, which provides not only financial support, it also provides an institutional mechanism to drive design and development. Of course, within that, many of friends are from the MSME sector, so we have special support by reserving certain level of procurement to medium and small scale enterprises. The idea is how do we bring various players, both from government and private, within private also, depending upon sizes and capacity, how do we develop and strengthen this ecosystem so that we have a strong indigenous development capabilities. We have witnessed, of course, in the recent DEF Expo as well as, much recent Aero India shows, many of the foreign investors who are interested to come to India and be part of this ecosystem, they are also looking at India as not just or not even a destination for just export of their products. So I think I would say almost 100% of people whom we have been interacting, they want to be here, not just to sell the products. In fact, not at all to sell the product. They want to come and set up facilities here. Again, whether it is for co-development, co-design, co-development, or co-production. So this is again augmenting our indigenous industry effort to develop technological capabilities in the country. So this is the ecosystem that is developing, and I'm sure that the discussions that are happening will help us to understand and even enhance this scope and make it much stronger. As we look at it, since I left it with last indigenization, we are our industry today. We have huge presence of private sector and more investment, as well as not just investment, but also in terms of developing new capabilities. The private sector is also coming up in a big way. So our effort is to provide a larger ecosystem where the innovation and the indigenization of all our companies can take place. So as we shift our production capabilities, there is also a huge shift in our way in which we are engaging with the world. From a predominantly an importer of defense products, we are becoming we have become a large exporter. Of course, there's always a long road ahead. We have to do much more than what we have done. But just as a snapshot, 7 years back we did export of 1500 crore, which this year we are likely to achieve around 14,000 crore of exports. And looking at this performance, government as always expects more. So in coming 2 years, we are working on export target of 35,000 crore plus. So this is a challenging goal. It's challenge for not the government alone, for all of us sitting here. But in my interaction with the industry, what I find is interesting is a huge enthusiasm, which is also matched by action. I meet different industry people, both when we go out to different countries also, there also we meet we meet virtually, we meet, of course, in our different offices, mutual offices. So I find this enthusiasm across. So, this is the thrust that I would just mention. While I mention some of the things which many of you may be aware, I would also like you to come with what things we can still do so that we can strengthen our export ecosystem also. So as you may be aware, a lot of activities have been digitalized, be it approval through our EXIM portal, which provides end-to-end sort of solution. So anyone who requires some products, we know they require export license for the nature of items. But the facilitation, the approach is to make it simpler through digital means. It also includes providing open general export license where you don't have to come for license again and again. It can be available for a period of time for a set of products. And one of the areas where the industry feedback is that we should strengthen our testing and certification and testing facilitation, including creating infrastructure. We have started getting proposals both from other governments, even in industrial corridors, as well as our other agencies also. So more and more testing centers are coming up, and that will facilitate the production, the development of this product, and also help in certification for exports. So we do have an existing mechanism of defense attaches in different countries. So they are now our, again, it's duplication to say they are our ambassador for export in those, export promotion in those respective countries. So I would also urge on the industry, you have offices in, wherever you have offices in different countries, you may, when you are an industrial group, you may have for specifically for defense, or you may have for multiple products also, but work with our people there. They are also very active. We constantly interact with them. So this is to develop our export market in different countries. Some of the PSUs also have set up offices. So they are not in a way working only for their products alone. So many times they do the role of helping others also from the country, be it from the government or private, or even our many in recent IDEX, I found a lot of startups are also there participating in such events. So I would urge you to make use of this, and wherever we are required, we are always available in facilitating that. So we do conduct webinars with foreign countries. There are a list of countries where we have done it. So I again impress upon you that where you want us to do it, we will do on with you also, where we can be help, and wherever we are doing, we will also invite you to join in some specific country webinars. So this is to promote the products as well as the services that we are offering. So this is the thrust that is going on. One of the area where we can improve a lot is for too many countries, particularly in Africa and some Asian countries, line of credit of the Ministry of External Affairs is available. It is also available specifically for defense products. So there is a huge scope to increase the utilization of this. We are working on some improvements possible, but I'm happy to note that a lot of things are happening in terms of especially in Navy as well as in some products. It has already started yielding results. Once again, coming back to MSMEs, which is again something it's close to our heart, where we want them to also be part of this ecosystem. So we, from the department side, in collaboration with the local industry association or sometimes even national association, we are organizing conclaves and seminars. Last year we conducted one at the national level and 3 at various regional levels. So again, I urge you, we can have more and more of them. Today, in this context, where whoever would like to have, even in their states where you are housed or in that region, we can come and organize. We will help you in organizing this, so that many of you, especially the large industries, need to or are in a necessity to develop a vendor base. So this will help in developing that small scale industrial ecosystem. So I have tried to sort of patch up this whole thing with a larger direction in which we are moving, but also trying to cover what we are doing right at the field level, at the unit level. So I am sure that these are all exciting times for the sector. Wherever we are going, wherever we meet people, we find huge expectation as well as energy when we talk about defense production. And if you look at the statistics, yes, it is backed by strong statistics also, both in terms of, in terms of investments, in terms of defense production. We are likely to approach or even cross 1 lakh crore this year of defense production. I mentioned about the exports. So this is also backed by strong achievement in quantitative sense also. So I'm sure that at the end of this program, we will have more productive and good ideas to take forward. I request the organizers, if you can give us that, because some of our people are here, so we will also have a feedback from them. So whatever your suggestions and feedback, we will certainly, I assure, we will work on them. And finally, I once again thank the organizers for providing this wonderful opportunity to meet with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable guidance and input, sir. I'm sure the industry will take note of that.
Thank you so much, sir. And as a token of our appreciation to you, request you to kindly accept a memento from our side.
What is so urgent that you need to continue after his speech? I thought his speech was to be after. But he has to leave. He had to leave early. That's why he came early. That's why he stopped waiting. So what we'll do is, Rudy, you might like to give a vote of thanks at the end. I'll go with you.
Thank you, sir. And continuing further, now we have a youngster, Yashodhan. He's working on the UTM. So I now invite him to brief us. You can come on the dais regarding what is the concept of the UTM. 2 minutes, Yashodhan, since we are.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. I represent Sky Air. I work on the Sky UTM. I'm the head of product there. Sky UTM is India's first indigenous drone traffic management solution, which has conducted more than 400 flights, supported more than 400 BVLOS flights pan-India in urban and sparsely populated areas of the Indian airspace. Sky UTM has been built in India for the world. The platform performs the basic function of integrating the unmanned air traffic with the manned air traffic. It is my honor to tell you that we have been working with various stakeholders within the military community to build a military UTM for the Indian Armed Forces to coordinate and synergize the airspace in times of peace and in terms of in times of war. The Indian Armed Forces have been acquiring a vast amount of unmanned aerial systems across various services, across various departments for different applications. The UTM system is going to help the military in 3 areas. 1, it's going to help the coordination of unmanned systems within themselves across various services, across various applications. 2, it's going to help the coordination of the unmanned aerial systems with the manned air traffic. And 3, most importantly, during times of war, it's going to help avoid friendly fire
by the identification and classification of these unmanned aerial vehicles from friend to foe. So how we do this is we are working on integrating with the private networks of all the services such as Akash Tir, such as Trigun, such as IACCS, in order to bring everything into a central collaborative interface which offers features and functionalities such as flight planning, airspace authorization, GPS spoofing alerts, command and control of all UAVs flying across the airspace, remote ID integration of all unmanned aerial vehicles across the airspace, and so many more features. So again, thank you very much for
What is the timeline?
So the timeline is,
I always ask that question, you know.
starting immediately and working for the next 1 year to build a base level.
So you're going to take 1 year to give us a prototype.
To a base level functional military UTM system. So.
Abhyankar, you're okay with it? Is this the realistic timeline?
That is more for the users to decide whether it is an adequate timeline or not.
Uh-huh.
That is more for the procurement.
Okay. Thank you.
So
Yeah.
finally,
Okay.
I would just like to ask support from all the various stakeholders within the military community to help us build the functional and technical requirements so that we can build the product according to what you need and when you need it. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. We also, gentlemen, have, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Rakesh here, who's an expert on space, telecommunication. He's an outstanding person. So I would like to ask you as to how do you think, since the subject at hand is drones, counter drones, and the space sector. So the Indian Armed Forces are doing a lot of projects in the space in Make 1, Make 2. So what is your take? What do you think should be the priority of the Indian Armed Forces to utilize the space domain? Yesterday we had the Air Chief, and you heard him when he says that when a question was posed to him that there's nothing which delineates the airspace, you know, it's 20 kilometers or 50 kilometers. So what's your take? What should the priority of the Indian Armed Forces should be to utilize the space domain?
Oh, well, many thanks. There are a couple of things there we have to take care of. First, let's come to space, and then I will come to the HAPS. In space, we are depending on the ISRO.
Could you just put mic closer? Yes.
For the space, we are depending on the ISRO. And the basic thing is that any space agency, any you take in the world, that is supported by the governments, and they work for them. So if we are taking any system which is registered in United States or in UK, etc., they have got back-to-back arrangement for their military applications. So that basically serves for the spying system for them. And if we use those systems in India for the LEOs and MEOs and the GEOs, in that particular position, we are lending ourselves into serious problems. So we have to take care of this thing, and it is happening in India. They are being licensed by the Department of Telecommunication. They are cleared by the Department of Space. If Department of Space says that that's defense is none of my concern to do, that's a defense concern. When I come to defense, defense says, well, look, we have seen that. It's the Department of Space. And DOT says, both of them have cleared, why should I not? So my market is my market and your market is our market.
So what do you recommend? What do you recommend?
The thing is that we should thrust upon the Department of Space to, instead of going for Suryayan or Mangalyaan or Shukrayan, they should provide the things what's needed. So that's the thing which the defense has to thrust upon to do that. They can do the LEOs very easily. Why don't they do it? They are keeping the capacity for the foreign entities to capture India. So it's a very, very serious issue we have to take care of. They don't do any study on their own. Defense doesn't do any study on the spectrum. We are following the taps of China. So that's the thing which we have to see. We can discuss the things. They are just points. Second thing, what I was just thinking about, when we are talking about the drones are really fantastic what we are trying to do. There are a lot of issues also with the drone and anti-drone systems, because it's a spam and all those things are going to happen around. So we have to be very careful. We have to, good job you are doing. You are trying to just bring up the things from Turkey, and Indians are also doing. Fabulous job, good. But we are, I must say, 5 to 6 years, rather 10 years behind the things. So good job, good initiative. Last 10 years till 2014 is a black days for us. Anything has come out. Now, the third thing is what I'm just trying to say. In the battlefield, when you are trying to do, when you want to do that, there's another thing what I'm talking, the HAPS and the T-third platforms. T-third platform, if you have the energy system, what General Pannu was talking about, if you have the T-third program, I did the things 2006 with the Tata Institute of Fundamental Research. You have the 5 kilometer T-third platform over there, have the radar on that, have the anything over there, and keep it away from the battlefield, say 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers, 15 kilometers. You have the entire vision over there to do that, what's happening around. If you go up to 21 kilometer, there is zero velocity, wind velocity is zero. If you have the platform over there in the battlefield, you know what the hell happening around. It's not just depending on the satellite, etc. So there are some of the things which are required to think seriously about it. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. I'm sure the policymakers have taken note of your really observations. Nikunj, coming back to you, of late the drone industry, the WhatsApp University, as you're aware, there's a lot of issue of cartelization, bid rigging, which is really getting a very a name which is not correct, I would say. So is this just media hype? Is this certain warring factions just trying to sort each other out on the WhatsApp University? Or is there any truth in this? What are views on the use of the Indian industry using sourcing components from our adversaries? Because there are some inputs to say that maybe we may be using drones, but because of the embedded sensors, our information would be going to them rather than we. And there are inputs of DJI drones being given, and the industry keeps telling us. So bid rigging, cartelization, sourcing of components from our adversaries. What is your take on that?
बड़े शायर की एक छोटी शायरी है, बर्बाद गुलिस्ता करने के लिए बस एक उल्लू ही काफ़ी है, हर साख पे उल्लू बैठा है, अंजाम गुलिस्ता क्या होगा. I think this is something an industry has to learn from and keep this in mind. When we talk about these, these are very big words. We're in a very nascent stage right now, and people will be taking certain opportunities. Let me be proactive about it and say that competition is not there in certain sector of birds, and the RFP states that you need to be L1, you need 2 or 3 bids for it, and then you don't have a player bidding there. How does the contract go across? So, the lunch we are having a discussion that it's collaboration or consolidation. What is it exactly, or is it cartelization? So it could be a consolidation also. How does the bid open? So it's a two-sided coin. We'll have to look into it, that perspective. Coming to the latter part, yes, Chinese components, very important to be kept in mind as long as they follow this process in DRDO especially. They look at it programmable and non-programmable components, whether it's a dumb component or a programmable component. If you are going to mess across with the programmable component with having it from the adversaries, yes, you're killing yourself. And that could be pretty bad, because right from IR signatures, right over taking over your platform, especially people use in communication lines. And we talk about AS128 or 1024 bit, people actually not having any idea about it. And you fly this over the borders, somebody will just hijack you in and bring you in. So this is something, this check has to be done, and that's pretty right as we talking about certification, standardization, and having the right testing setup. If that comes into place, many of these would be killed off. Right.
Okay, thank you, Nikunj, for short of time. Vishal, your part working closely with the aerospace division of DDP. Would you like to tell the audience as to how we are trying to make an indigenization time-bound action plan? Could you just tell us from where we left at Aero India 1 month back? It's 5 weeks.
Yeah,
So
sure.
could you tell the audience so that, and it's getting live on YouTube, I'm sure. You can tell, update, a lot of people are joining online. How many people are there online? 20 right now, okay. All of my friends are joining, the drone boys. So can you just let the audience know as to what the efforts have been going the last 5 weeks? Yeah.
Yes, so the first set of list of capabilities and people who have certain capacities is being prepared. Going forward from that, we are also looking at building a list of people who have certain technologies or technical capabilities of working with each other to build components and to black box the technology in a way that the industry can use it. So that's the first step. The other is, of course, identifying critical technologies, and as was being discussed, that what do we do with this whole program that China runs of hackable by design? How do we identify those components which we definitely cannot and should not be using at all, and which we already have within the system, and get rid of them. So that's also part of the discussion that we had.
Thank you. So I think we are working very hard with the team, and I'm sure we promised the Indian nation 3 months, and I'm sure with 2 more months to go, we'll make some time-bound action plan. Okay, coming to Avdesh. How do you think, you're in the system for a decade now, do you think the Indian Armed Forces are making realistic RFIs, SQRs? What's your take on that?
I mean, we always scared when we fill up an RFI in trying to give, we cannot.
Why should you be scared?
With that, we are not going to be compliant, because till now, of course, there's been a thing about being an open RFP. But I would say 5 years ago, if you answered negative, you were not issued an RFP at that point of time. So having said that, things have been are changing. But I mean, the industry needs to be taken on board, and you're doing a fantastic job in being able to collect all the information from the different stakeholders to be able to assess the capability in the country.
Okay.
Just one aspect
Yeah.
I would just like to get on, sir. We have been really talking about indigenization of components. So what we've really not touched upon is the indigenization of software. A lot of us are still using open source software, and during this program we have learned that there needs to be a system by way of which it needs to be independently verified.
Okay, I'll ask you another question. Which specific areas, keeping the security angle in mind, which is our concern, which we have flagged in the MOD, you think that the Indian industry needs to take on the R&D?
It's on the firmware, it's a flight control software, and the Indian industry.
You mean the autopilot?
It's not actually the hardware which is really of concern. You can get many boards available off the shelf.
So does Indian manufacturer have his own autopilot? Have you any idea?
So there are several ones which are available. In fact, there are open domains on which you can have autopilot design which are there. But typically,
which cannot be hacked by our adversary or something?
Probably not. But
probably, so you're not sure about it?
We're not sure.
Yeah, Vishal, what do you think?
I think by the end of this program.
Yeah, just do you think there's any Indian drone manufacturer who has an autopilot which cannot be hacked by our adversary?
As he just said that it's all trimmed. Even if somebody says that this is my autopilot, unless they're writing their own control laws, you don't have your own autopilot. That's not the.
We had Zupa, ladies and gentlemen, Sai Patabiram, and we have sent. He showed me 3 autopilots, and we sent the autopilots to IIT Kanpur. So I'm awaiting a report from Professor Mangal Kothari. So, and we are trying to ratify all the claims, because there are a lot of well-wishers of the country who keep writing to us and says that when you approve, when you get the AON for a Buy Indian IDDM, and there are a whole lot of issues which have been flagged, and repeated correspondence is coming to us from some very good well-wishers, and actually this is driven home. And Rudra is here. It was in his chamber on 21st December when somebody asked me a very awkward question, Colonel Kuber, and I didn't know anything about the DJI drones till that time, and that has actually triggered this entire thing. Yeah, you just want to say something?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to give an example that it is not that easy to build an autopilot from scratch and understand the control laws. Look at what we managed to do with LCA. That autopilot actually took about 15 years to build, but today that autopilot is probably one of the best in the world.
So we can do it. The Indians can do it.
Yeah, I mean we took.
It's high time we did it.
Yeah, we took a long
Thank
time,
you.
but we did.
Okay, Rudra, coming to you, what lessons do you think can we draw from other manufacturing countries? I have got the FICCI report with me, which talks of Switzerland, Turkey, Iran, and Israel. So what can we learn from these countries as far as the Indian drone manufacturing industry is concerned?
So I think a lot can be learned. I think we come back to one single point to be concentrate on the critical areas, like we're talking about software, on top, where there is any emitting of any data, and we indigenize that. But it's a very hypothetical, theoretical answer. There's also a lot of support given to those industries from their ministries in terms of pure cash. in terms of
Aren't
investment.
aren't we supporting?
Please tell me how.
Okay.
You're talking about you're talking about investing in setting up a motor manufacturing factory. Who's giving the land and who's giving the utilities and who's giving the salaries for the employers over there?
Okay.
I mean, unless we're going to set it
okay,
up under a DPSU.
Okay, fine. IDEX core.
So that's 1.5 crores plus 1.5 crores.
One second. No. IDEX core. Nikunj, have you studied this model given by one of our drone manufacturer? Have you been able to have your time to go through this?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So now IDEX core is a gentleman from Zupa who has recommended to us as part of the think tank that let the IDEX core be for getting this technology of drones, subsystem and components. Like we have a lot of conversations on the DFI group. Who will build the cat? You know, the end user, the Army, Navy, Air Force, all, I don't see any Navy, only Army and Air Force guys here. So probably Navy is doing a very good job. And but कौन बनाएगा autopilot? कौन बनाएगा आपका EO IR sensor? वो तो कोई end user आपको बताएगा नहीं. तो क्या करें इसका? निकुंज, आप बताएंगे?
Sir, what he has written about the IDEX core is again a fantastic approach. That means assemblies and sub-assemblies into it. When we talk about manufacturers doing their own autopilots or command control systems, we are one of those manufacturers doing that, especially for the maritime purpose. But it's not something which is built overnight. It took us close to 13 years.
How is this idea firstly?
Idea is fantastic because once you have the IDEX core, that means you build up the sub-assembly, and on top of it, you build up the bigger assembly, that is systems of subsystems, and then you go for actually platform formation.
So you are part of DFI. Can I request you? Avdesh is also DFI. So why don't you or industry chamber give to us a proposal from an industry chamber or DFI as to what are the pluses and minuses? I've already had a word with the joint secretary DIP, right? So I think IDEX core is a wonderful idea coming from the industry, and I think all of you are big stakeholders, and if you really want to let this go, I think we need to have a firm proposal after having brainstormed between the drone manufacturers, and I think it can be given to us. Is that workable?
Yeah, sure. That is.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, now I'll have two questions for the audience if somebody wants to take on, because I would like the audience to participate. So the first question is the drone industry doing enough as far as IPR or patents is concerned? Is there any incentive for patents in this sector? And has the production link incentive scheme energized the drone sector? Is it sufficient or does more needs to be done? Would you like to take on this question? Anybody? IPR and patents.
Was a generic observation.
No. Question is very specific. This question, please. No generics. Anyone to take on? Yeah, anyone on the panel to take on? Panel. Yeah. So Nikunj, what is your take on the PLI scheme?
PLI scheme is fantastic, sir. Especially for manufacturers like us, which have started off and they have just come up. So, it acts as an incentive that if you scale in it and if your IC contents are higher, the returns are very good. It has taken time to money to kick into account, but as it is in the nascent stage, yes, those difficulties would be there. And we are already...
Are you going in for patents?
Absolutely. We have close to 76 patents, in which 6 have been globally published.
Is patent, to take a patent in India a problem?
Negative, sir, we don't see that as a problem. It's well supported by Startup India, Invest India, and also by the state you are in certain scenarios. So Government of Maharashtra also gives you fund, and when you go for global patents, equally funding is given by the government. So you get a good return of close to 80% on your patent, especially when you are applying for. So the patent support is very well here in the country.
Okay. Next question. Anybody can take on now. It's a free for all. Let's see. What hand-holding can the Ministry of Defence do further than the already announced measures in terms of policy, regulations, investments, etc.? Anyone? I'll repeat the question. Question is very specific. We only go with the question. What hand-holding can the Ministry of Defence do further than already announced measures in terms of policy, regulation, investments, etc.? Yeah, Gurupram Narang. Please give him the mic. Yeah.
One very simple thing can be done is existing bases of the defense services. Existing bases of the defense services can be identified by the respective service, and brought on a one platform website where transparent mechanism exists for allocation to the industry. That's the simplest thing. Similar process for the DPS.
One second. You have General AP, sir. Sir, what do you visualize any problem in what the gentleman is suggesting?
Oh, there is no
General
problem.
AP, General AP. आप बताइए. नहीं सर, आप डीजी रह चुके
In
हैं.
a small way, these are being done. Yeah, a larger policy, if you can formulate, I mean, we'll be more than happy as a user at the unit level, at the lower level. People will be most happy to associate with them. I think it's a good thing.
So this hand holding would be required. Okay. Yeah, anything else? Yeah,
No.
Dr. Rakesh wants to say something.
Yeah, these are the good measures. But again, another thing which defense can do, you define your requirement, or look for somebody who comes with some idea where you think that is feasible to be is useful. Then give the pre-development orders. Handholding in that particular sense, it will be fantastic if the pre-development orders are given and regular monitoring is done so that the things do come in a shape at well-defined time. And the second thing, when we use the semiconductors as sector, what he was saying, is a CS problem, even if you get the semiconductor from the Intel, from anybody. Because they have got a layer to fuse it. And that goes through CIA, which is normally not known. In all critical infrastructure, but the US used to do, now China is trying to do, all critical infrastructure, when you are using a main processor or anything, they are fusible by putting the high radiation or doing any damn thing. So
You want to say something?
Yeah, I just want a very simple point. I'm not going to any technicals over here, but I would just appreciate if we can do a lot more opportunity to do demos and trials in remote locations. I know it's happening, but we're doing 2 a year or 3 a year. I'm talking about more like 6, 7, 8, because maybe during when those 2 or 3 are happening, someone has an NCNC trial and they can't make that demo and they have to wait for a certain time. So if we could...
Don't worry, we will ensure institutionalization of the knowledge gained and we will circulate to the environment.
One very small point. This testing and trials. The problem is it is happening in small, core level and the command level. If Indian Armed Forces or Indian Army, let's say, can define that 5 trials will be held and everybody can participate, similarly, all users can come there.
Anyone from ADB here? ADB? ADB? Anybody from ADB? You're from ADB? Yeah, could you just take on Group Camp Narang's this thing? Would you please pass on the mic to the gentleman in the back?
Core level and command level and the lower level trials being happening. So what happens, the startup has to do multiple trials. It's a burden on them. NCNC trial. If you define, okay, there are 6 trials going to happen in Indian Army and all users from all the arms and services come there to watch it. It will help both the army as well as multiple users.
Could you substantiate with examples? Because
basically,
I do not understand the core level. I have not understood anything happening, the same thing happening at the core level or the command level. The trial is done at one place. The report may pass through various channels. But I have not seen trials in the last 5 years happening, same trial happening at different places to be shown to different trial teams.
I'll tell you what the point generally industry which I get, this is that too many trials, the NCNC, you have startups, you have MSMEs, young boys and girls, and there are too many trials happening, far too number, they can't afford it, they can't do it. So that needs to be taken by all the armed forces, not for anybody in particular.
I agree to the fact that there are times when trials have to undergo various iterations. There are trials when both the vendors, let's say 2 vendors participating, do not qualify in certain parameters. Like I said yesterday also, the number of stakeholders beyond the user. Please understand, trials are not the user alone. You have the DDP involvement, you have the DGQ involvement, you have the finance involvement.
Right now, as a policy, we have single stage composite trial.
Yeah.
So that is the policy right now.
Yeah. But
and that has been made primarily to do, but still the things are coming.
But the thing is, when you push it for a GS evaluation, you will realize that single stage composite trial does not end there. There are various hierarchies in each organization. So there is a problem. I'm not denying the fact, sir. There is a problem. But the trial procedures, again, we are also looking at it. There was a seminar held here only by the acquisition wing to just look at the trial methodologies. We are trying to refine it. But there is a problem. But let me assure you, there are no trials which
Can you just tell us what were the deliberations
Can
on
I
that?
finish, please?
Yeah.
Can I finish, please? Yeah. So there are no trials which are done at the div level and the same trial goes on. It may be a confirmatory trial. And that too is done for a parameter for which the vendor might have failed in the first trial. So this is unfortunately or fortunately the way the trials have been made out. There is a problem. There are iterations. There is a terrain requirement. We have one system which may be employed in the high altitude, which may be employed in the desert. It will be employed in extreme cold. It will be employed in extreme summers. There is a problem, especially with the army. So there are trials which take a very long time and numerous iterations, but we are also trying to look at it.
No,
We're also evolving.
this SIDM thing, can you just tell us what were the deliberations and how we can solve problems? Fine. What is the solution? We are asking for a solution now, not the problem is known.
The DG acquisition would be able to tell you that because we were not.
Actually, you were not part of that.
It's CD Directorate which deals with the trials, not the ADB.
Actually, this is also a problem because I follow everybody on LinkedIn. I know this. मैंने भी इसको ना वो screenshot लगा के रखा हुआ है. The problem here is this only. This entire ecosystem, everybody is working in silos, and we don't know the information in a setup like this.
I may be knowing the information, but I am not authorized to talk about it.
Okay, fine.
There is
Fine.
an organization which will bring it out as far as the MOD is concerned. The acquisition wing represents the MOD. So they are the ones who actually process all capital budget or capital acquisition cases. So at the end of the day, the policy has to evolve from there. I cannot speak as an individual or as an individual section in the MOD. So therefore, that is there.
Okay, thank you. Gentlemen, thanks a lot for this lovely session. And but believe you me, that the Department of Defense Production is doing its utmost best what we can do to propagate and facilitate the industry. We're working very closely with the industry. A lot of issues have come up, but what we feel is that the entire ecosystem needs to work together. The drone components, the counter drones, it is MOCA, MHA, MOD, METI. You know, it's an interior ministerial. If you go to the lovely report made by FICCI, which is a very detailed report, so it's really the entire ecosystem which has to be galvanized. The electronics components, you know, which are being made normally by the electronic industry, but you can be used in drones. And because of short of time, I don't have this luxury to present the numbers. But this is a tremendous thing. By 2030, they're saying about 3 lakh crores is going to be in the Indian drone industry. So we, at the Aerospace Division DDP, we've been steering all these technological summits. This is my third one where I'm not the organizers, but as part of the invite. And I thank Rudra and his chamber for giving us the lead and the opportunity. And what we have been telling all people like all the industrial houses, the big industrial houses, that they need to take leadership to get the indigenization of drone components going, because this is a national plan and we need to have a whole of nation approach. Thank you and Jai Hind.
So just on that point, as from DCM side, if there is anyone who is developing components, non-critical components, who is looking for investment but has a valid is the word over here, valid business case over here, I'd be very happy to look at it, and our management will be very happy to look at it as a Make in India initiative. Thank you.
I'll request now Mr. Rudra Sriram to kindly give the closing address and the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. That was a long and good deliberation. Won't take much time. I think we've been here for a while now. I would like to thank the organizers, thank the chamber, thank all the service officers over here. Thank you for your service, and we look forward to bringing the industry, the government officials, the services together, provide for the Make in India, and move toward the Amrit Kal. Thank you so much. Jai Hind. Good night.
So with this, we come to an end for the entire proceedings. Special thanks to the team which has worked, beyond the screen in the back end, especially Sanchoy, Shantanu, and Jahangir, who have really, worked and toiled hard to make it happen. Thank you everyone for joining us here. May I request all of you to kindly join us for a cup of tea outside? Thank you.